All right, well, let's get going. Again, thank you for being here. Thanks for taking the effort to be out here with us. This is an incredible opportunity for us to get together. And I continue to believe that this is the reason why we remain as successful as we do, is we have this opportunity to come together as software vendors, as state directors, and even as providers, and many feds here as well. And we can all talk openly about what is working and what is not working, and what do we need to improve to ensure that we continue to be successful. We're collecting now, I think probably the bulk of you know this, and I say this in my sleep, we're collecting now 53 million EMS activations per year from every state in the country, District of Columbia, and 3 territories. So it has just been incredibly successful. And there's been much that has happened since the pandemic. Make sure my slides aren't changing yet. Can we just make sure that that's working correctly? Yeah, great. So I can't begin this meeting by not taking a moment and maybe reflecting back a little bit on what all of us in this room experienced with COVID. It was a particularly impactful event for the folks in this room, right? Particularly early on in the process. It reminded me of another gentleman who was put in a similar situation back in the early association with AIDS and HIV, and the early belief that it was only associated with marginal groups, that is at the time referred to as homosexuals or IV drug users. And that many countries, including our own, enacted travel bans, compulsory testing in some countries, and even isolation. And many of our fellow brothers and sisters died alone during that period. Jonathan Mann at the time, not related, perhaps I wish I was. He was at the time in Africa serving of his own free time there in Africa, and he saw the pandemic, or he saw the potential for a pandemic, and that it could spread among heterosexuals. And he actually was the one that went to the World Health Organization and begged for the first organization of that group to handle pandemics or epidemics. And he really is kind of seen as the person who had great eloquence and great passion for this, and really argued that AIDS was associated with and would flourish among poverty, urban populations, oppression, gender inequity. He was a strong proponent of human rights. And it's amazing how we saw many of that same scenario play out and play kind of in our own country here during the pandemic. And I just love what Jonathan Mann said. At the time of the plague, we did not flee, we did not hide, we did not separate. And now the people in this room did not flee, we did not hide, and we did not separate. So thank you again for all that you did. We'll all have lasting stories that we'll be telling generations from now about that experience. So with that being said, let's move on to the meeting. We have much to talk about. This is going to be a great meeting. We have lots planned for you. You're going to have 2 just completely filled days. I'll begin. I'm going to go through this list quickly, so I'll begin by letting you know you're at 7,300 feet sitting at this table, and you'll be a little higher when we're up at Olympic Park on Thursday. So if you're feeling nauseous, or you feel like you have a headache that persists, just make sure that you're drinking lots of water, getting lots of rest. That'll be incredibly helpful. Conference Wi-Fi code is NEMSIS 23. You received a welcome package with an all-important brochure that looks like this. This will help guide you through. There's a little bit of feedback. I can see you're working on that. So this will guide you through all the activities we'll be involved in, including this meeting. This is kind of high level. You'll see every night we have a great activity planned for you for tonight and for tomorrow night, and we'll talk about those throughout the day to make sure that you're you're prepared for that. So make sure and read through this carefully, take a look at the activities, and on the back of this, you'll find some links to some restaurants that are along Restaurant Row, which is just right out here. And then let's talk about this top NEMSIS fund just real quickly. So every one of these things are open to you. So we went to Swana Preserve last night. If you came in last night or this morning and didn't get a chance to go over, it's like 30 steps away from where we are now. Just walk to the east, and it's a beautiful place to just enjoy some quiet and some of the scenery that's up here. Recreation Basin is where we're going tonight. We have reserved an AstroTurf complete football field that's indoor, and we're going to be organizing a kickball game. There'll be batting cages, and there'll be wiffle ball. So you're more than welcome to participate in that. Also today, beginning now, is the famous NEMSIS scavenger hunt, and we'll talk more about that in just a minute. That's also on the list. Those folks who've been with us before, you know that we have a wheel of prizes. Our great MC, Chris Hoffmans runs that. There's Chris in the back. He will be doing 2 raffles the last 3 minutes of every break. So that's going to get you back in your seat, okay? And then for lunch, just the last 3 minutes of lunch, we're going to have the NEMI Awards. And we'll talk more about the NEMI Awards. That's today. So I think that covers most of that. You have a meeting agenda. We'll try to stick to that agenda as much as we can. The bathroom is kind of a weird situation here. There's a single-serve bathroom right behind these doors. There's larger bathrooms down the stairs and to the left. And the meeting evaluation will be online, and it will be made available to you tomorrow. As I mentioned, the real value of this meeting is for us to get together and to talk about what in NEMSIS is working, but more importantly, what's not working. What can we improve? Our overall mission is to lighten the load of our EMS providers while they provide good quality data. We'd love their attentions to be spent otherwhere, but for them to have an opportunity to provide us with valid and consistent, reliable, precise data. And so our charge is to continue to make that happen. We know there's flaws. We know there's bottlenecks. I promise you'll have an opportunity to share your opinion, but I'll also promise you that you won't always get your way. Right. We work together as a group to reach the best consensus, and the best minds are brought together to come to the best conclusions. So share your opinions, but be mindful of others, and keep in mind that we're focusing on a long-term strategy to ensure that we improve the standard. I'll mention the scavenger hunt real quickly. Maybe I can begin if you guys are organizing groups to try to keep your groups for less than 10. We have prizes kind of associated with the scavenger hunt. I'll just familiarize you real quickly with this. So, you had breakfast at the Sky Bridge, which is right here, across here. This is Center Street. This is Restaurant Row. All of the clues associated with the scavenger hunt are found on Restaurant Row on Center Street, all the way over to that big gray roof, which is the basin recreation where we'll be tonight. So at noon, you'll be handed a list like this. This is the scavenger hunt. It's a photo scavenger hunt. There are things you have to take pictures of. You keep your pictures on your phone, and then tonight you come back to the Sky Bridge between 8 and 9 p.m. and you show your pictures on your phone, right, to be able to win a prize. I'll just, one other hint, if there is any way that you could try to trip up Amber's group, you'll improve your possibility of winning. So keep that in mind. There probably will be consequences. All right, Eric, I will turn the time over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I want to remind everybody of something I say at the beginning of each one of these now since 2019. I am always humbled to be in this group. It is such an incredible wealth of knowledge. There are so many different people with so many unique specialty skills and understanding and knowledge that it's truly amazing to see all this group come together and the work that you do. Whether you realize it or not, you are participating in running the nation's premier healthcare data system. You truly are. We have more requests than ever now from federal agencies all the way up to the White House. We have Biden and Harris titles now on products that are produced out of the work that you do, and for that, you should be very proud. So we have a long list of things to cover today. We have a long list of things to run by you to get for future initiatives. But first, I want to just thank a couple people and then turn this over so that we can move forward. First and foremost, as many of you who have been here in the past know, this is a new venue for us. And the reason that we're in the new venue, quite honestly, is we outgrew the old one. And you can tell by this room, we continue to grow each year. A special thanks to Monet, who put together a great week for us. But I can tell you it wasn't without stress between trying to figure out whether this venue was going to be a good one for us, whether the catering was going to work for us, and what foods to get, and satisfying all the different and unique diets that are out there today in the rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, you get a chance, please stop by and thank Monet for all the hard work that she's put into this, because she's put a lot of time into making sure this week goes very smoothly. So thank you. Really, the entire NEMSIS TAC team, and I'll have Clay introduce them, and you know, different parts throughout the day, has done an outstanding job with this, and then just through the year satisfying all the things that are going on, especially the data requests, unprecedented number of press requests and press releases. Some of the dashboards that we're putting out are generating anywhere between 400 and 600 local press releases. So just an incredible amount of work there. Since the last meeting, we've also brought in Randall Iberman, who is going to be our liaison to the National Association of State EMS Officials. We realized working with the data managers, we need to work closely with the directors and with the organization itself. So we've brought in Randall as our one-on-one liaison to get everything NEMSIS out to the states and state directors, and he's here with us. I also want to introduce Tad Rhodes and Alan Arguello, who are here from the National Registry, somewhere here in the room or just outside the room. We brought them in to talk particularly about the National Provider ID number and how to integrate that into NEMSIS and how we can use that to benefit the clinician for tracking skills, for recertification, for working across state boundaries, so on and so forth. David Milstein is here from the U.S. Fire Administration in the back. Dave will be talking to us a little bit later on about the new data initiatives that they have going on there. Dave is basically the equivalent of NFIRS that I am to NEMSIS. So questions related to that, by all means, we'll hear from him this afternoon. I also want to introduce Ryan Stark, who most of you have met many times in the past from Page, Wolfberg, and Worth. They have been working with us over the last several years now for all things legal related to data and healthcare data. Last but not least, Joyce Padella, who's here with us in the front row. Joyce works with me out of NHTSA, and Joyce is working on data projects to consolidate NHTSA's data that's collected within the Department of Transportation so it can be shared to an even greater audience outside the healthcare systems. With that, I just want to mention a few quick rules of engagement, at least from my perspective. I'm here all week. I'm happy to meet one-on-one if somebody has something specifically they want to talk about with NEMSIS or anything else DOT related, grants, that sort of thing. Please grab me, catch me in the hallway, and I'll be happy to sit down and talk with you. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, we want to hear them. Please do not sit quietly during any of these sessions. I do ask that you be respectful and mindful of others and sharing your opinions. If it's completely negative and you want to duke it out, please have it out with me. If it's something that's positive and wonderful, I'm sure it's the result of Clay and the tax work, so let them know, and I'll take on all the negative things. But please be respectful of others. The last thing, and probably most important, there are so many new people here. If I haven't met you, please introduce yourself, and I'll probably be introducing myself to you in the hallways. I want to get to know each and every one of you. A lot of you stay on screen behind your name. You don't show your faces, so I don't put the face with the name, and then you all look different in 3D. So, some of us have gotten a little bigger, and some of us have gotten a little smaller. But at the end of the day, please introduce yourself and have it. And then for the new folks, don't be bashful. As I said when I began, there are people in this room with a wealth of knowledge and many, many years of experience. If you find yourself struggling with something, I can almost guarantee you that the people in this room have struggled with that same thing, or someone else in here has tried to solve it or has solved it. So don't struggle with the problem. Let us know what it is, and we'll get you with the person who has the right solution. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to move ahead because we have a busy agenda, and I want to stay on track. So thank you all for being here. Any questions, anything you need throughout the week, see one of the TAC members, see myself, and we'll be happy to get you squared away. Thank you.
All right, so let me just quickly introduce the TAC team to folks, and so you will know who you can come to and ask questions about. I think everybody's in the back of the room, is that right? So, so if you just raise your hand when I call out your name. Benji Alexander has been sitting on the desk. She's happy to help you. Next to her is Lori Lund, Ben Fisher, Jen Correa, and Chris Hoffman. Those folks are here to make your experience here as positive as possible, so please rely on them a little bit. Come on up, Jen. We're going to dig right in. So I recognize that there are all levels of understanding of NEMSIS in this room, including those who know as much as I do or more. So we have a wide variety of folks. We have important things to cover, though, as well. So let me give you a little bit of an introduction as to where we're going to go. Just beginning first thing this morning. Our major task in this next 2 days is to evaluate and prepare for NEMSIS version 3.5.1. Right, so folks will know we have finally put together a revision process and calendar system for NEMSIS that allows us to remain more timely and more relevant. Right, the NEMSIS standard for years changed every 9 years, and that was just not appropriate. It just wasn't working. So we're on that new schedule. 3.5.1 will roll out in 2025, but we're beginning now to present to you the requests that we've received for changes that would be included in a minor revision, which is 3.5.1. So you've had the opportunity to enter into surveys and provide us your feedback, and Jen has spent hours and hours and hours and hours going through those and preparing the slides that she's going to go through now. Now, if you didn't get a chance to take the survey or you didn't take the survey, we still welcome your opinion. You will not feel like these topics are covered completely. We have how many?
67.
67 to review over these next 2 days, so we'll be moving quickly through these. You have a choice. There's a survey associated with each of these requests. You can choose that you think it's ready to move forward. You can indicate that it needs more discussion, or you think that we just should not move forward with it. Those that we decide that we need more discussion on, we will do that. But there were clearly some here that I think we can just go, yeah, that's a really good idea. Let's just get that done. So that's the process. If you're less familiar with NEMSIS, just buckle in and help us work through these potential changes, seeing what value they might bring to our providers. And again, our purpose here is to allow the attention and the energy of our providers to be focused on clinical care, primary care, emergency care, but still providing us with good quality data. Jan.
All right. Good morning. I will try not to talk too loud so that it doesn't blast everybody out. So we're going to talk about the V351 minor release. We are going to talk a little bit about what's in a minor release. This is brought to you by the EMS stakeholders in conjunction with the NEMSIS TAC staff. There is not a single revision request that came from the NEMSIS TAC staff. And surprisingly, there aren't any that came from researchers either. These are all from either state data managers, vendors, provider agencies. They all came from you. So as we go through and we talk about them, as we go through and talk about them, just be honest, we have about, 3 minutes per slide. This is the first installment that you're gonna get of me up here. There's 3 other sessions as well. We are gonna try and get through all of these. And where's the button? Here we go. What's in a minor release? Most current version would become 351. It's that last digit that changes. That indicates that it's a minor release. 350 will run concurrently, right? So both will be collected at the NEMSIS TAC. And the release is backwards compatible. And I'd just like to say thanks, Josh Legler, for explaining this to me many, many times. Any document created in version 350 would be valid in 351. But being generated in 351 does not necessarily mean that it would be compatible with 350. So this does require the receive and process software, that's your state vendors that receive the data from the EMS provider agencies and sends it on to the NEMSIS TAC to change before the collect and send software does. And that's kind of important. The goal of the minor release is to enact the revisions that have been suggested by everybody here and your compatriots out there as well, while endeavoring to keep in mind the needs of the patients, right? The EMS clinicians that are filling out these EPCRs, the time that they have to fill out their documentation, and the state and local EMS agencies that need to utilize the data. The data does need to be useful. It needs to be collected for a reason. What can be included in a minor release? So I was asked this a couple times already yesterday. Informational changes such as link corrections, typos. You're not going to see any of those. When those come in, we know they need to be corrected when we said "ant" instead of "and." All right, you're not going to have to vote on those. New schematron warnings might be added to the national schematron, right? But they would not be errors, they would be warnings. New values can be added to an existing element, and new optional or recommended elements can be added. And the one thing I want to point out is making something required or mandatory, that's a major revision. So no new element that is suggested in here would be a required or a mandatory element. They would all be optional or recommended. Informational changes include, I'm not going to go all through it again, but you can see it, links, typos, national schematron messages that you see that are returned when something gets triggered. And there were about 35 of those that moved forward. And then there's a few more things that can be in a minor release, making changes that are more permissive. So you cannot go from a warning to an error, but you could go from an error to a warning, right? Because that's going to allow more data to flow through. And deprecating an element or a value. So I want to be clear that deprecating does not mean removing, right? It just means that it would no longer be recommended to be used. It's still there in the background like a shadow, okay? So that's important. That's why it can be included in a minor release. 351 change requests, just to give you a little heads up, there were 201 requests that were submitted between the release of version 3.5 and 7/1/2023 when we cut off accepting 351 change requests. 42 have been resolved by critical patches or they were determined to be duplicative. So that means somebody from New York put in the same request as somebody from California did, and so we only took one of them, right? So those were closed automatically, and then we will let you know in the future when you submit a request if it's duplicative. We'll let you know what ticket number it is. We'll let you know if it needs more work before it can be a change request. 35 were informational, 38 were major. That means we cannot consider them for a minor, They have moved on into the 3-6 realm, and we will talk about those down the road. Nobody hear 3-6 and grab their chest, please. 86 minor requests that are being considered for version 351, and some of those went through with a high 90s. Everybody thought they were a good idea in the surveys. We will not be talking about those again today. We will be talking about all the ones that were below 90%. And I just want to say thank you for the people who took the time. I know you didn't get a long period of time to fill out those surveys, and some of them had a lot of questions. Thank you, thank you, thank you for responding to it. Thank you for taking the time. There were a lot of comments. There were over 1,000 comments that had to be read. I really do appreciate it, and believe it or not, all of them were read. And for someone, all of them were read. And the survey says, so your results, hopefully you all got an email on Monday morning, which was 2 days ago, that the survey results are available on the website. There's a QR code up here you can scan with your phone if you would like. That is the link. It is on the When Will Changes Take Place page on the NEMSIS.org website. So you get to When Will Changes Take Place by using EMS data, going to the V350 revision, and then scrolling down to When Will Changes Take Place. So I know it says 75% or higher. We changed that to 90% or higher. We wanted to talk to you guys and get some more opinions about some of the stuff that was between 75 and 80. We had none that fell below 25. Everything else was in that range, in between 25 and 75. Polls are going to be taken today. Isn't everybody excited? All right. So there's a QR code. Please scan it. Please get ready. So every single change we're going to talk about, you are going to be able to vote on. And you won't be able to vote ahead, so don't try. You have to wait until we get to the slide and we're going to have our conversations. There are choices on all of them. Yes. That means you absolutely think it should move forward for 351, and it shouldn't be delayed, and it does not need any more work. Needs more work. This means the request has merit. You think it should be included in 351, but it needs a little bit help to get there, to get to where it needs to be. That is needs more work. And then there's no, that means the request should not move forward or be reconsidered. If one of your requests that you put in gets a no this time, please don't mean that you can never make the request again. Maybe it just needs more work. Maybe instead of, you wanted a new element, but maybe instead of a new element, there's a way to do it with an attribute. There's a way to do it somehow differently. Do not be afraid to put in your request again. We will work with you. We'll work with the V3 implementation calls, and we will work with our NEMSIS partners and talk about the changes that are being requested. Did everyone have a chance to get the poll information? All right. So here we go. Everybody buckled in? And now I have to use my glasses to read the screen. So the first one, this was on survey 1. It was question 2. It is a minor revision. It is a new optional element. Thank you. Okay, it is a new optional element to assist states in reporting when they may not be licensed or non-licensed agencies within the state. So you may be in a state where any reporting agency to you with their EMS data has to be licensed, and it's no problem. But there are states out there that do not license every single agency. They may not license their wheelchair transport people. They may not license other types of facility transports. So they want to be able to know whether their ID number that they're reporting with was an agency licensed ID. So that's the kind of the behind the scenes there. Is there anyone who would like to chat, comment, or anything on this one? And please don't be afraid. If you're thinking it, someone else might be too.
Right, just so you know, we're going to take just a minute and lower the screen a little bit so that first line will always be more readable on both screens. So we have mic runners back here, so if you have any comments, just let us know.
So hearing no comments. Oh,
What does this do for them? So they can, if an outside agency comes into the state, they can get that record?
no, it's whether their state has licensed the agency that's reporting to them. So it helps them track anyone who's doing transports or providing EMS care that is not necessarily licensed within the state. And I know it seems weird if you operate only in a state that licenses everybody. Ann in the back. Ann from Arizona. And please do, we are virtual, guys. We do have some people that are on the internet watching this virtually. So if you could say your name and where you're from when you do have a comment, it would help them.
That's how this all started last year because
Yes.
I followed directions. Okay, so I'm Ann from Arizona. And I'm just going to admit that this is mine. So in my state, transporters are licensed unless they're tribal or industrial, and non-transporting agents are not licensed. And we get a lot of requests from legislatures, governments, stakeholders, internal reports where we want to look at certain things like response times with licensed providers versus not. And it's really hard to update populations across many reports when you have to just figure out what names or what codes. And so it's optional, so I'm hoping no one will object. But there's certain things that it's easier to just say, I want all my licensed agencies. I don't, I want them to not be my licensed agency. And we have a lot of great DEM elements, like what kind of organization you are, tribal or whatever, but there's not one for licensed. And I don't know how many states don't license all of their providers, but yeah, okay. So it's not just me. But I wanted to explain the idea behind it. It's just better, efficient data with reporting that isn't wrong because you forgot to update one of your 17 reports where you have a list of 78 providers and maybe you missed one that one time. So.
And you are not alone. There are other states that do not license everyone. David?
Oh, sorry. What do you mean, do I know who they are? Do I know what agencies are licensed in my state? What is that?
Hey, Ann. Ann, I'm going to take a guess at his question here. Would this be conceptually something that you would need submitted to your state?
No.
Or is something that would be in your state system itself?
Just in my system.
Exactly.
I want to fill it out myself. I do
All right.
not need anybody. Maybe that's a good. I do not need anyone to send it to me. You do not need to know if your agencies are licensed in my state. I know my agencies are licensed. There's just, yeah, I've tried that, but it's $20,000. So, yeah, I'm not expecting vendors to send it to me. I just want a way to track if these are licensed or not. I mean, NEMSIS asks sometimes how many agencies you have in your state, and we always respond, well, do you want licensed or non-licensed? And it's just something that we get asked a lot, and I thought, well.
And would the provider agencies know whether they're licensed or not? So it would be part of the DEM file.
They wouldn't have to fill it out, though. Honestly, this is probably something that really would only benefit state data managers and the people that they produce reports for. Because I'm pretty sure all agencies know if they're licensed or not in the point in time. But.
I just wonder if it'd be confusing for someone who is licensed to have this field in there, and is this like a PN value for a license for that D agency 04, or it seems like it gets messed up somehow. Like there was other discussions about DEM elements that, we the vendors don't tell the state that. The state already knows that, and they were removed from the DEM transmissions.
Okay, so we only have a couple minutes for each one. Is there anything closing we want to, and then we'll get to the vote?
Hey, Jen. I think it's important not only for this element, for the remaining elements that we're going to talk about today and in perpetuity, that if it serves a need, yes, but remember that once we add it to the data set, every vendor has to build it. They have to put dev time behind it to build it. Even if you don't want it sent to you, we have to build it because we have to comply with the annual certification process.
What if it was only for, I'm gonna get in trouble for saying this.
Even process.
Only for vendors that have, what is the one where it's receive and process? I always get, oh, is it working now?
No, so all of the EPCR providers have to be able to create DEM files. So if it's in the DEM, it would apply to all vendors.
And online from Josh Austin, he said, how about just adding a not value to D agency 04 if not licensed instead of creating a new element?
No, D agency 04 is the state. So he probably means one of the D agency 02 or 01. So an attribute to one of the other elements. So go ahead, Peter, and that's going to be our last comment. Then we're going to vote. And if you think this needs more development, then vote needs more work. Otherwise, it's a yes or a no. Go ahead, Peter.
So we have a very similar scenario in Oregon where we have licensed transporters, non-transporters. All of them have a number associated with them that allows it to persist through time. But it would actually be very helpful because we have a certain amount of churn, when we're paying attention to agencies that stop being licensed, that become non-transporters, and in the opposite direction as well. And I second Ann's concerns about report writing and the challenges that creates.
Thank you. So you can see the poll results now as people are voting. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds to get your vote in, and then we're going to move on to the next one. And I know it seems like we're going fast. We are.
What's the threshold for this again?
So yes is you want it to move forward to 351 as is. No changes are necessary. Needs more work, that's B. That means yes, it could move forward in 351, but it needs more work, more development, a little bit of change here and there. Maybe instead of being an optional element, it needs to be turned into an attribute for D agency 0102.
For the result of this, right now under half for yes.
Right. We're not saying, we don't have a threshold right now we want to get through and see how many get what for the changes. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to move on to the next one, which is Survey 1, Question 4. Update the phone number pattern to allow for international numbers. And it's important to know we would not be removing the regex pattern from the elements that contain it. We would just update it to allow international numbers to also be entered. Okay, so the pattern would still be there. So you're not going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't think that would be valid. So are there any comments or questions on updating the pattern to allow international numbers? Anything online? Oh.
No, it's not moving forward.
Oh, it's, you have on the there you go.
Okay, so we can go. It sounds like everybody's already ready to vote on this, and if there's no comments from online, go ahead. I'm going to give everyone 30 seconds. B12.
Let's go. You haven't done any analysis into how you're going to address that yet.
Try that.
That's correct. That's very hard.
It's so tiny. Okay, hang tight.
I'm not sure.
I think you would not be able to do it with the regex.
Yes.
Oh, for the international number?
Yeah. Country code would be.
Yes, I am being assured there is a pattern. Sorry, I have to look at for those of you online, I have to look at my technical expert and get the nod. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next one. That is Survey 1, Question 6. This is deprecating a value. So I read through all of the comments, and they are listed down below. I forgot to say that about the slides. These are a summarization of all of the comments that came for each of the slides. Deprecating an E-Airway 04, which is airway device placement confirmed method, the request was made to deprecate condensation in tube. And there were provider agencies that say they still use this as part of their confirmation process, not as the sole way to confirm success, but it is part of the process. So keeping that in mind, are there any comments about moving this forward, or should it not move forward? Doug from Imagen.
Yes, Doug from Imagen. We pulled some numbers. This is used about 40% of time in charts. We saw 1.6 million of them last month alone. So this is a value that is being used day to day. If it is removed, it may have impact to agencies.
So I would like to say no means keeping it. And yes means getting rid of it, deprecating it. You should be able to go back and change your answer. All right, I'm giving 10 seconds on this one because I was pretty sure this would get a good, yeah. All right. This is Survey 1, Question 8. This is another deprecate one. Deprecate a value in EDisposition 09, which is type of CPR provided. The comments were made that the compressions, hands-only CPR and manual compressions are actually two different types of CPR, according to the comments that were made, and that manual compressions refers to the method, and that hands-only and manual compressions, that manual compressions usually includes BVM with it. So we're going to go ahead. Is there any? Sorry about that, guys. That was me hitting a button on accident. Is there any comments on deprecating this value?
Yeah, and let us know if you feel like you need to see the data dictionary. We could bring that up as well if that would be helpful. Sorry?
We went reverse in the poll. We're back at the old one, the condensation one. There you go. Sorry.
You wanted to see this one again? Okay, so yeah, until I move over to the poll, you won't be able to vote on this one. Are there any comments on type of CPR provided in deprecating?
Is it on?
No, it would be
already there.
Yeah, so the request was to deprecate hands-only CPR from the list of values in EDisposition 09 and to keep manual compressions.
Yeah, manual compressions is already there. Is there a way to bring up the list of elements just from the data dictionary? Is that possible to?
I really don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to touch it?
Okay. For you online, I didn't mean I didn't want to bring up the data dictionary. I didn't want to touch the laptop.
Yeah, laptop.
Sorry, that's not,
okay. Can you hear me?
Sound.
Yeah, feel free to go to the data dictionary if you have a question about what.
But manual compressions is currently on the list. Mm-hmm. It is a selection.
Just talk.
Yeah, Ann?
I'm just wondering, and I hate to say this, I know you don't want to touch it, but I'm trying to figure out why we would deprecate this. Definitely in Arizona, we have lots of bystander CPR that is hands-only with no respirations, because that's one of the things that the hands-only CPR came out of a study from Arizona.
One of the comments when the request was made, I'm sorry.
I mean, and then I just wonder, like, is there something I'm missing? Maybe it's double documented somewhere and I'm not tracking?
No, I think that was the concern, right? It was a little, whoever submitted this thought that it was double documentation, that manual CPR was already there, and that it was equal to compressions hands only.
And they felt like hands-only CPR was more of a brand, like a type, a class that is taught versus the manual compressions by themselves.
Because I think in Arizona, this is what we do. This is what they, I mean, I don't know, EMS I'm sure does breaths and stuff too eventually. There's like a whole thing, but is the manual the other value that I'm not thinking of? Does it clarify that it does not include breaths at that point? Or is it just say manual CPR and you don't know?
So BVM is down below another selection in ERS 09. You can mark that BVM is done as well. Because this is for the compressions and the ventilations that might have been provided, the type of CPR.
So that was my comment that I raised my hand for is manual compressions does not say manual CPR. It says compressions. The act of doing a compression does not include ventilating a patient. So to me, looking at this, and sorry, I'm Mason from Nebraska, this does look like two of the same type of thing worded differently.
Are there any online comments? All right. Any other thoughts? And I don't know if you heard, but Zoll did say that they have looked at it and both values are still used within their system. All right, we've got 30 seconds. We'll let Sherry from Montana.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we need this field for the CARES.
It's not for the whole field, it is just for that one value.
We need this answer if we're going to be pushing automatically to CARES.
Is hands only and manual compressions mapped differently for CARES? And I don't know. Ann from Arizona.
Okay. I still don't totally understand if they'd be the same thing. I could see a provider coming back, giving me an example later, and I'm being like, crap, we cut that out. But I would say if the group would prefer to deprecate something like this, my personal opinion is update the label of the other one to say manual compression / hands only CPR, because I just know our providers picked that other one. And I can't control their labels, so.
Nope, that's absolutely legit. So we're going to go ahead. Oh, is there another? Okay, we're going to go ahead and vote. And if you think it needs more work, if you think it's a valuable idea, but it needs a little more work, don't forget you have that needs more work. Yes would mean the value would be deprecated and removed from the element. Why is it not going? Okay, so it looks like the question, I think. All right, so just know that what you're voting on is the ERS 09. The label is correct with the 8, but it's just the wording on it is. And that's me. I did the questions. So. I can't hear.
My answer from the previous poll is still there, so I don't think it advanced. I don't have a new voting option.
All right, let's try going to the next one and see if it advances. Maybe we've got a poll, quirky poll thing going on. So we will come back to that one. No, if you did vote on it, we will vote again on that one. Lori, can you make a note? Thank you. So they're not in numeric order, they're in their survey number. I mean, they're in numeric order, but it's according to their survey. So survey 1, question 10, EDispatch 01 dispatch reasons. This was adding additional values to the list that currently exists. Having the values added was at 81%, and then there's a few values in each one. Overall, everybody kind of agreed that yes, additions need to be made. There were some additional suggestions that were made that might need to be added, and a few that scored a little bit on the low side of whether people really wanted it or not. Are there any comments about adding additional values to EDispatch 01? Once I go to the slide, it's supposed to activate the next poll. Is it letting you vote now? Right, so I have to go to this slide before everybody can vote. So are there any comments on, and I'm sorry guys, I'm getting used to glasses and I'm not sure, so I apologize. Any on EDispatch 01, adding additional values. Ann from Arizona.
Should I say Ann from Arizona? At least I'm not doing it every time. I just have a question because my understanding of dispatch and CAD is a little fuzzy. If we added these, would this also have to be added to CAD systems, which I know we don't currently have much to do with the standardization of the dispatch and CAD data? I'm just wondering how that.
Yeah, most CAD systems at this time are not standardized. You may have standard values within the CAD system that you're using. The EMD card numbers are pretty standardized, if I remember correctly. And if anybody has CAD expertise, please feel free to raise your hand and chime in.
Jen, go ahead. That is my question. If it's not being added to the NEMD code set, then it's gonna kind of get these new values that cannot be mapped one-to-one to existing CAD vendors that are using the NEMD code set. My question is that.
Some CADs do have these values in their CAD. It's not necessarily in the EMD card number, but it is in their dispatch reasons.
Yeah, so is it, do we only do EMD or do we add
Use the mic.
Could you guys hear
Repeat
that?
that in the mic, please.
So, okay. So,
See right in my
what was said was that these values may not necessarily be mappable into an EMD card number, and whether or not we only wanted to have dispatch reasons that had a corresponding EMD card number that went with it, or there are dispatch systems that have additional values beyond the EMD card numbers. All right, so we're going to go ahead and vote. No, you're saying yes whether we add additional values. Those have just been the values that have been suggested so far. And then we're going to talk about each of the values. All right, so the next set of polls are the values that you saw listed on there. Hanging, strangulation, asphyxiation, adding that specifically to EDispatch 01. Wow, that jumped. All right. And I'm giving 10 seconds for each one. B, evacuation, referring to moving an individual out of a danger zone to EDispatch 01. Add gastrointestinal as a generic value to EDispatch 01. Add genitourinary to EDispatch 01. Add indecent exposure to EDispatch 01.
Let's keep it clean over in the corner over there.
Add intoxicated subject to EDispatch 01.
Get it real close.
Add public vaccination to EDispatch 01. Just a couple more. Add solicitor, referring to unsheltered individuals asking for money or food, etc., to EDispatch 01. and add traumatic chest pain to EDispatch 01 as a dispatch reason. All right, that was it for EDispatch 01. Thank you all very much. Moving on to the next one. This was from Survey 1, Question 12, EDisposition Fields. There's a couple of requests that were put together to accurately record the disposition when patients abscond, take off, at some point between the fact that you treated them, you've reached your destination, and you don't get an AMA, you don't get a signature because they jumped out of the back of your ambulance, or you got to the destination and they said, yeah, I'm not going in there, and walked away, or any other definition of abscond. The comments were agree with the concept, possibly different wording needed. There was a comment that should be in the narrative. And then the EMS provider agencies made a couple of suggestions as well. Refused care by action, patient terminated care. And around that, they said it doesn't matter whether they terminated care by action or by verbal or by writing. They terminated their refused care by departure and refused by absconding. So we got 2 minutes for discussion.
Make sure to raise your hand high, and if you'd hold the mic close to your mouth, that'll keep it from...
really close. Hear me?
Yep, there
Okay.
you go.
This is Ann from Arizona. This is also one of mine. Because I met with agencies with the 3-5 thing and going through all the different dispositions, apparently this not only happens, but is increasing to happen. And what their scenario was, is they get to the destination, so I fill out their billing. So they're billing for the transport, they get to the destination, and the patient's like, thanks, see ya, and they're not gonna tackle him. So they take off, he doesn't sign, they don't get a signature for transfer of care, which usually when you have a destination you do. They have to put, though, that they transported to a destination because they're billing. So this is coming directly from some of the agencies in our state that are fired that also bill.
And I have heard this from other state data managers, a couple of vendors, and a few provider agencies throughout the last few months.
We really tried. I was like, well, maybe it's a delay. I was like, it's not a delay. They're gone. I'm like, okay, well, so just so you know the origin of this.
Any other hands? High in the air.
More from DC. Our agencies also said this, and that they were concerned about the times and getting either errors or warnings for times because they didn't have a time because the patient left, so they didn't transfer care.
So just to make sure I understand this right, the EMS team is still caring for the patient up to the point when they abscond, so it wouldn't fully be refused care.
So the request, the suggestions that are below were just additional suggestions that were put in the comments. What they're hoping to get is a a patient absconded. So the verbiage is not 100% complete yet, how that will be termed.
But are we adding one value to each of the three, or is it like one of those three would serve the purpose?
There would need to be a value in 28, 30, and 31 so that they could make sure, at least that's the request so far, so that they could make sure to track it for the unit's disposition, the crew's disposition, and the patient's disposition, or the transport disposition and the patient's disposition.
Hello. Over here. Hey, this is James from Sensio. Does anybody know if these changes do take place, if it changes the billing? So, like, will they be able to bill by documenting this new disposition? Has anybody done any research on that? They will? Okay.
Can you repeat what you said, Doug, into a microphone?
Yeah, this has been a very heavily requested value request for us, is to say, hey, and we've been told they will be able to bill the actual transported miles they actually transported the patient. So they have to actually document where they stopped, and those are billable miles.
Thank you. Anything online? All right. So question 12, add a value for absconding patients to EDisposition 28, which is patient evaluation care.
What's the question? Oh, yeah, so what does A and B mean here?
So it means that you want to add something for absconding to patients to EDisposition 28, patient evaluation care.
And what is
Yes means update the wording, add a value. Yes without, oh, sorry. Yes, don't change the wording. It was, in the original survey, there was an actual suggestion of adding patient evaluated refused care by action. That was the suggestion. So yes, but you want to update the wording. You don't want it to say refused care by action. There were a lot of comments that didn't technically like refused care by action. Yes, don't change the wording. Use refused care by action. Needs more work, or no.
So if you vote A, we will work on updating the exact wording that will be used if you want it added. We could do that on our monthly calls.
So this one is going to be for 30, transport by this EMS unit, patient departed prior to destination transfer of care. It's the same thing. It's for an absconding patient, different element, right? It is for the transport disposition element. So the same thing with the update wording. The wording in the original request was transport by this EMS unit, patient departed prior to destination / transfer of care. All right, we're going to move to the next one, which is EDisposition 31. That's reason for refusal or release. The wording that was suggested was patient refused by action, comma, patient departed scene / transport. So you're yes with updated wording, yes, but don't change the wording, needs more work, no. All right, moving on to the next one. This was from Survey 1, question 15. It is a new optional element suggestion. And I just put in, it would be like E times 18, right? It's going to be the next times. That's an example. That could change. And this is for estimated time of ambulance arrival. It would be an optional time element. And this is for scheduled calls, right? So there is a difference between something that comes through your PSAP 911 and something that gets scheduled for your dialysis patient. For 4 times that month, you're going to take them back and forth between their facility or their home and their dialysis. That's what it's for. It's for when was this call scheduled for? What time should the ambulance have arrived? The comments, as you can see, as long as it's optional, may be a little bit tricky. Scheduled transport should be the title. That's an option. Vendors that comes from dispatch could be hard for EMS clinicians to document. Our provider agencies, no strong feelings, should usually be in CAD, and EMS clinicians may not know this. Possible name change, scheduled date, time of arrival. And then some of our other responders wouldn't be reliable data and may be a hardship for EMS clinicians. So are there any comments in the room or online? All right. Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to the vote. New optional element for scheduled date, time of arrival when a transport is scheduled and the ambulance agrees to arrive, should this move forward. All right, it has stopped moving, so, oh, there we go, a couple more. 5, 4, 3, 2. All right. Survey 1, question 16. This is a deprecating a value, not the element, just a value within the element for E-exam 24 chest assessment finding location because it already exists in E-exam 13, the back and spine finding assessment location. The ones that are being requested to be deprecated is left posterior, right posterior, general posterior. Comments from state data managers, you're evaluating different body parts when assessing a back versus the posterior chest. Additional comments may need to be added. General posterior, it's either right or left. Are there any comments in the room or online? All right. Nope, okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the vote. Please vote now. All right, we'll give you just a couple more seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think I like doing that, so there we go. Right. Dun-dun-dun. Oh, Clay, that's your department. Survey 1, question 18. Add a value for all extremities to the E-exam 15 extremity assessment finding location. E-exam 15 has all of the extremities listed out individually, each piece and part, and this was a request to add something so that clinicians could say all extremities. Some of the comments that were made allows for blanket documentation and should be documented individually. Vendors clinically better to use specific locations, and EMS provider agencies decreases precision, more likely to properly document without and all for the extremities. Any comments in the room or online? Adam. Adam from Zoll.
Vincent Vega. And no one got the Pulp Fiction reference. E-exam 15. So when I was looking at that, we did something about the finding location is optional. So you could actually put nothing in E-exam 15 and put values in E-exam 16. That's technically allowed. So that's how you kind of cover unknown, extremity, generic, all extremities, whatever. So I just look for clarification on if we would then force finding location to be required.
I don't think so. That it's an optional element, so it wouldn't be, there would be no requirement applied to it.
Sorry, what I meant is that separately in the extremity group, you can document E-exam 16 without specifying an E-exam 15. That's the way it's set up right now.
That wouldn't change. That would not change.
Right. We just look for some, if you add this, some clarification between the difference of doing so.
Okay. We can definitely put a comment, maybe add a comment to E-exam 15 or something along those lines.
Yeah, just because we weren't sure what. Sorry, we just wasn't sure what, like, say if someone documented abrasion on an assessment, but without putting a specified extremity, like location, what that means as opposed to just a generalized all extremities kind of thing.
I'm trying to make sure anything that I say isn't my opinion versus just a general comment, but it would be hard to put a finding without having the finding location. So it sounds like it's a documentation. But we could talk about adding, if we needed to add some sort of warning or something like that between the two. But that's not part of this change suggestion. This change suggestion is whether or not to add all extremities to the element.
So is the point of it so they can say all extremities normal to make it easier to document?
I think that's where the requester was going. Yeah.
I think that, this is Wilma from Alaska. I think what the providers are trying to do is, right now, if you want to say they're normal, you have to click what all of them are normal. And what they would like to say is all extremities are normal if they need to be able to report that in their information. So adding the all extremities allows them to document the way their agency wants them, which is you actually looked at the legs. And by saying all extremities are normal, you looked at them. If you don't put anything in there, we have no idea you looked at them.
Got one in the back.
Into this. This is Drew with Creative. As a developer, this looks more like a development problem than a specification problem. I would just add a button in the software for all extremities and have it make the selections.
I agree with that assessment. And question for the providers, organizations in the room, would you allow your medics to use it if we built it?
The answer to his question for us, Leetta Jackson from Botetourt County in Virginia, is maybe, because sometimes they'll click all, but that means they looked at everything, but sometimes they click all and they did not look at everything. So that's why it's a maybe.
Peter?
I think we would probably turn it off. We would not allow our providers to just choose all.
Okay. And there's another provider in the room that nodded their head and said, yeah, we do the same thing.
I just, I hear the concern about all extremities normal and some agencies potentially looking at that. It seems like we'd need a validation rule to accompany it.
Anything online? All right, I'm seeing no more hands, and there's nothing online, so we're going to go ahead and vote. So a yes vote would be adding it, and a no vote would be not adding it, and needs more work means more development needs to be done before anything could be considered. All right, I'm not seeing any more movement, so we'll do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're moving to Survey 1, Question 21. This is for removing a national schematron warning from E-Situation 07, Chief Complaint Anatomic Location. For those of you who were at our meeting last year, you know that this is one of the most common seen warnings at the national level. And many in the room at that time expressed their feelings about maybe we should just remove it. So this was a request that was made. State Data Manager, a couple notes. Warning is a good reminder to complete the field. The field is important to capture provider agencies reasonable and useful information, documenting where the issue is, and other. Removing the business rule will require states who want it to add it to their own state schematron. Any comments, questions in the room or online? All right, David Saylor, Beyond Lucid Technologies.
Just what's the rationale for removing it? Just it's a common error. It seems like a rationale for keeping it.
It is not. No, it is not collected. Many of the provider agencies in the states are not requiring it as part of their. So they get the warning and they don't even look at it. So part of the problem with warnings, right? If you get too many of them and something that you do not consider high value, it may lead to them ignoring other warnings, I think was kind of some of the comments that were made. But if you think it's important in your state, vote no so you can keep it.
This is Karen Jacobson with South Dakota. Is there a corresponding request to eventually remove eSituation 07 as a national element then for a major release? Because that's what seems to go together to me, is this is what would happen in a minor release, and then with a major release, the element is removed as a national element. Was that request made? Do you remember?
Off the top of my head, I believe that is part of the V36 request for a major revision, is to remove them as national elements.
I think that's just important to know for context, because that might, we could either say, okay, this would be a way to go in that direction, or we say, if it's going to come up with V36, then maybe we just hold off until that point in time.
All right, anyone else? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Yes means keeping the national schematron warning. I'm sorry, yes means removing the national schematron warning, and no means keeping it. You guys make things so easy. Right. All right, I'm going to give it 5 more seconds to just get those couple other undecided in there, one way or the other. That's next. Yeah. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys, moving on. Look what came up next. Survey 1, question 22, removing the national schematron warning from eSituation 08, chief complaint organ system, had along the same lines as eSituation 07 did for the comments. In fact, almost duplicative. And any comments in the room or online?
Actually, more of a question.
Adam from Zoll.
Yeah. To this one and the last one, should we consider voting no if the difference between leaving well enough alone, not wanting to do work, versus we want the warning? Like, I'm just trying to figure out how to better. So
I cannot advise you on your work.
No, I mean, so we don't have that 50-50 split kind of thing, just to give some concept. And you should vote no because you want to keep it, versus if you don't want to make the change, just don't vote kind of thing.
I cannot confirm nor deny what Adam just said. No, it really does depend on who's doing the voting. Like, sorry, that's more of like the vendor development work versus the state data managers and the provider agencies. All right, so having no other ones, let's go ahead and vote. A yes will remove the national schematron warning. A no will keep it. All right, looks like it's starting to slow down. Get your votes in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, survey 1, question 23. This is downgrading or deprecating, right? And there will be votes. E-response 23 response mode to scene. This is not where you record lights and sirens or road speed or enhanced lights or anything like that. This is the emergent and non-emergent or immediate values. Okay, so and this is a big deal.
So
yeah.
One quick question, Samantha from ESO. Is this a non-breaking change? Is this considered a minor change?
I actually need some, it is a minor change. All right. It is a minor change.
Okay, thank you.
Someone bring a mic to my favorite person in the room today. Sorry, you're all my favorite people. But Josh wins today.
Okay. It would be a minor change because it would be backwards compatible. So all 350 data would always have this element recorded. 351 would allow the element but not require it. So 351 data would maybe have it, maybe not. But it would be, the 350 data would still be valid according to the 351 standard.
Thank you. And I do want to say, I did talk to, we have a billing stakeholders group, and if you are not a part of it and you bill and you want to be, let me know. And the billing stakeholders say a lot of times they're trying to, the provider agencies want to map this to billing, and it's not. E-payment 40 should be used for billing. So there might be some educational opportunities in this as well, if you want to keep it.
So I'm kind of surprised by this one because okay, can you hear me now?
This is Ann from Arizona.
Ann from Arizona. So we actually rely on this quite a bit because what is it? EDisposition 24, the one that has lights and sirens in it, has lights and sirens and traffic patterns. They're all kind of glommed in there together. You don't know when they happened, how long they happened, at what point it happened, if it happened at the beginning or the end. And we just want to know, a lot of times we want to just know for emergent calls and then fill in blank. And I mean, in our state, they don't even use that terminology. They say code 3 and code 2, which is not nationally defined anyway. But I haven't even found a slightly useful way to use the EDisposition 24 data to actually answer the questions that I get asked. Because license sirens also is so controversial. And it just depends on what your state rules are. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out if there's something I'm missing here. If someone would like to tell me.
Oh, we got Peter from Oregon. Oh, Brooke.
So I can speak to that a little bit. On the provider side for CMS, if you put in that something's non-emergent, then you have billing issues with that if you're trying to bill as a 911 response. So a lot of agencies were saying, especially ones that only did 911 response, were saying that everything needed to be documented as emergent so that they didn't have issues on the CMS billing side. So that then made the data look like when we were looking at red lights and sirens response that everything was being responded to with red lights and sirens when that wasn't actually the case. So that's the problem of trying to separate out emergent, non-emergent versus lights and sirens and not lights and sirens, and actually make the operational definitions the same as the billing definitions, because right now they contradict each other. I mean, I think the PWW people could speak to this in the room, but if you have anything marked on there as non-emergent, it's going to interfere with some CMS billing stuff.
Well, maybe then it should be relying on the e-payment fields because I'm just saying that's one thing we tell our providers all the time for, there's a new one in 3.5 that talks about the level of care. We even crossed out the word may relate to pay because I'm I want to know what you did. You're not a medical coder. I get it. Just tell us what you did so we can estimate how many, we're looking at emergent calls and trying to see the outcomes and things like that. We need a really easy, clean way to do that. So I'm not disagreeing with you because I don't know about billing, but I am just wondering if there's another way to go about it because I think we're actually adding this into rule at this point in Arizona. So it's just funny. It's kind of the opposite. But I understand if we could remove it somehow from a billing, it was important to billing or cause problems. I don't want to do that, but yeah.
Okay. Lauren, hang on one second. So Chad from Kansas.
And from Arizona. So there's a couple of things. So number one, this is our number one biggest educational issue in the response stuff in the state of Kansas because the actual definition by NEMSIS says an emergency response is an immediate response. It doesn't say anything about it being a 911 call. It says it's an immediate response. And so agencies that get paged to a hospital transfer and immediately take action to run that call, it's an emergent response. And so we look at our lights and sirens usage based off of the type of service requested and what they document there to determine lights and sirens or no lights and sirens for emergency responses. And so this one we don't look at in Kansas just because invariably we can look at agencies and the way people are documenting it don't fit either the definition or our interpretation. And so we feel like we're having to educate people all the time on what, if an EMS provider sees emergent, they're instantly thinking like right now, lights and sirens got to go. And to get them to understand that that's not what it necessarily means, but it does mean that you took immediate action to take it, has been a challenge globally because that emergent word.
Okay, we've got Lauren from Seoul.
Oh, I'll take it.
I see where Chad was going with that. That's a really good explanation. But for CMS purposes, don't you base that off of the e-payment 50 field?
Hang on one second. Could someone get Brooke Burton a mic, please?
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Lauren.
Yeah, so in the American Ambulance Association recommendations, it basically says not to use that word at all in, non-emergent in there. So it doesn't matter if it's in the payment field or if it's over in the other field. If it shows up in your PCR and it's on there, then you can open yourself up for auditing. So that's why a lot of billing agencies that work for, that do ambulance and the people that audit us come in and say, everything you respond on needs to be marked emergent. But then when we go look at lights and sirens data, and then we're trying to pull from that field, now it looks like everybody's responding lights and sirens to everything.
But why is your billing based off of how somebody responded to a call versus the actual care that was needed to be provided?
Just for some clarification, there's an element called e-payment 40, which is response urgency. So that's the payment element that they're referring to.
Yeah, so this is just getting rid of it in response mode because it should be like lights and sirens or normal traffic speed instead of emergent or non-emergent to keep the definitions clean and where we're pulling the information. So that's why I would advocate to deprecate this so that we can utilize the language that's more clear that everyone who's actually filling out the documentation understands.
Okay, Chris Montera from ESO.
Yes. So when back in the day of running an EMS system and a high-performance EMS system, the words scheduled and unscheduled mean more to the meaning of emergent and non-emergent. That is already in EDisposition or EResponse 24. Maybe there's a way to look at those around the. If you want to use truly lights and siren, use that but don't make it the description of emergent, non-emergent.
So I almost feel like I paid Chris because that was my next comment. Version 3.6 does have a request in it, and it is a major request. It is a major change to actually separate EResponse 24 with the scheduled, unscheduled all by itself, with the lights and sirens, no lights and sirens by itself, and then the additional mode descriptors. So, but that is a major change. It's as you can tell just by the brief description I just gave. So you may want to consider that in how you vote on this one, or it may not affect how you want to vote on this one. So we've got 10 more seconds to talk about it. If there is any other comments in the room.
What field do we use? Oh, I'm Melissa, I'm from Kansas. What field do we use to differentiate between a 911 call and a routine transport call?
EResponse 05, type of service requested.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and vote. All right, guys, make my day. No 50-50. All right, so A, downgrade from mandatory national element to required state element, downgrade from mandatory national element to required element, deprecate the element altogether. This needs more work, and no. I guess I need to be more specific when I say take it easy on me. All right, so I'm giving you guys 5, 4, I'm counting a little bit slower on this one. 3, 2, 1. All right, we are moving on to the same question with Survey 1, question 24, downgrade or deprecate EDisposition 17, transport mode from scene. The comments were very, very similar to eResponse 23. It is the same information, but on the other end of the trip. So are there any comments or questions on this one? Do we need to keep discussing, or shall we move to vote? Anything online? No. Great. We saved some time. Everybody vote the same way.
Yeah, we have about 25 minutes before a break, so hang in there for just a couple more minutes. We'll go through a couple.
And you really only have about 5 to 10 more minutes of me, and then we are going to let Lori Lindy come up and let you hear a different voice. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Survey 1, question 27. Extend the e-narrative 01 maximum length. The current is 10,000 characters. That is 3 to 5 pages. I made a mistake when I did the survey, and I said that 10,000 characters is 20 pages. It is not. 10,000 words is 20 pages. 10,000 characters is 3 to 5 pages. So currently, your e-narrative 01 allows your crews to write 3 to 5 pages of narrative. There was the recommendation to increase the size of this element to allow more than 10,000 characters. Any comments, questions, feelings online? Current is 10,000. There was no recommendation included with the request. 10,001? 10,000, no, just kidding.
Do we know how often they're approaching this maximum?
Not often. Almost never.
We don't know at the national level. We don't collect them.
Yeah. So what can sometimes happen in your e-narrative 01, like let's say they're filling out their paperwork and they rest their finger or something on the enter, right? And it's just entering, and they don't notice that. That can create a lot of white space. It can create a lot of blank characters within their narrative.
John Pringle from Water. So we rarely ever reach this limit, but I have had multiple requests from individuals, particularly in probably the most acute situations, cardiac arrest and others, where they do occasionally reach this limit and they want to say more because they have more to say. You are correct that the spaces can also get providers to there. But I've had to describe to them why we can't allow that. But there are options to do that via attachments and other methods to increase the size currently. But it's you lose the ability to look for that in reporting in one place.
So, and there is not a number that has been suggested, so that would still be discussed on the V3 implementation call. It would not be unlimited. We just don't know what the new limit would be yet. So, any other comments, questions? All right. Yes would be for increasing, needs more work, and no means keeping it the same. Okay, the number, I'll give you about 5 more seconds. Three, 2, 1. All right, we've got survey 1, question 28. Add a new description and code to role, type of person administering medication or role type of person performing a procedure. And it is for perfusionist. All right, so that a perfusionist can either add medication or perform a procedure. State data manager comments, how many perfusionists go on EMS calls? Other healthcare professionals already allowed. Vendors, avoid cost for a non-critical pick list that isn't likely to be used. This is not a role type that a state could designate as an allowed value in D configuration 06 or D configuration 08. Ann from Arizona? Does not know what a perfusionist is. So, Peter from New York?
Okay. This is Peter from New York, and I'll follow Ann from Arizona's lead and say, yes, this was mine. In our downstate region, which covers approximately 50 to 70% of the population of our state, perfusionists do not go on 911 calls. However, they are going on critical care transport calls in some very high acuity systems that are located in a tight geographic area that help reduce the burden on paramedics as far as the skills required on those transports, and allows them to have additional skills included and to document more accurately.
Thank you.
I have no idea.
So the question was, what are they? And he said he has no idea.
I believe they're the people that manage multiple IVs and different levels of drugs that a paramedic would need more of a nurse to go along with, but they actually manage the whole system of what goes along with them.
All right, any other questions or comments? We are making excellent time. Oh, Wilma from Alaska. Oh, no, we got Drew from Creative EMS. He got his mic first.
My only concern with this is keeping it consistent with other areas, because sometimes these values are used in other sections. So I'm not sure if this would be something that we'd want to apply in other places too.
So that would be a great reason to mark needs more work and to ask for it to be added to deconfiguration 06 and 08 as well.
Wilma from Alaska. Couldn't this just be a special, because it's an area, one state that has that concern, just have a special code for it and then map it to others so that you can identify it in your area that it's a perfusionist, but it doesn't really matter for the big picture. It's an other professional, healthcare professional. Just a thought.
And we've got Chad from Kansas.
Yeah, so we have these, and typically perfusionists are the people that run like ECMO machines. So the machines that are pulling blood out of your body and running it through a machine to clean it up and put it right back in, and the patients are even potentially still talking stuff. But perfusionists are people that typically do that, and we have it in Kansas. And honestly, I think we could always talk about all the different people that are part of a crew at some point from hospital staff that may end up on a ambulance, especially in rural areas. And I don't think we should continually just add all those. I think that's the whole purpose of having other healthcare professionals, is it kind of encompasses and covers all of that.
Thank you. All right, any other questions, comments online? Hearing none, we're going to go ahead and move to the vote. Add perfusionist to E medication 10, E procedures 10, should this request move forward. Huh. All right, given 5 more seconds. Moving on. Survey 1, question 29. Add new descriptions for capturing signatures during medication restocking at a pharmacy or hospital. State data manager comments, adding pharmacy is enough. Should restocking supplies be included in the EPCR? And some did not see the value in the change. Should medication vendors, should medication restocking be in the patient's legal record, or is it an operational issue? If this is needed, can it be done? Can it be one value? And providers, not needed for all EMS provider agencies. Pharmacy is not a person, it's a job title. So any questions, comments, concerns in the room or online? All right, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move to the vote. Adding the new description for an E of the row 12 may or may not be the element number, type of persons. Oh, wait, hang on. Yes, okay, so it would go to type of person signing EPCR would indicate that it was the pharmacy technician, or the hospital that was restocking. Sorry. Yes. And then once we are done with this one, Lori Lundy is going to come on up. And while there's a couple more people that are looking some stuff up before they vote, I would just like to say thank you, everyone, again, for taking the survey, for those who did, and for staying in the room and voting and participating in the poll everywhere. The best way to have changes made to the NEMSIS standard is to be a part of the process. So thank you. We appreciate it very, very much. And Peter, are we good? Peter. Do we want to add pharmacist? Do we want to add pharmacy? Do we want to add pharmacy technician? All right, so when we come back and you get to see me again later this afternoon, we are going to start with Survey 1, Question 31. If you do want to take some time during your lunch because you don't want to eat and just have a good time talking with everybody, you can look at your survey results and kind of get an idea of anything that is below 90%, that is in yellow, is going to be talked about that we haven't talked about already, either later today or tomorrow. So I know. Everybody's going to jump on that survey. Thank you. And just one moment. Or we could do another. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Lori Lundy, everybody.
Hey, we are ahead of schedule, so good news. All right, Jen had the really hard job this morning, and I get the really fun job. We are going to present this morning some NEMI awards, and this is annual NEMI award. We started this tradition last year, and these awards go to state data managers, and it's primarily chosen by the NEMSIS TAC. We kind of discuss and nominate people that we think deserve this award, and then we also this year added a People's Choice Award. So peers, data managers from other states also voted and chose a data manager for one of these awards. And so I'm going to read a little description for each one, and then if you are chosen for an award, if you could come up and get it. And then we ask that you take the award out to the hallway. We'd love to get a photo with you in front of our NEMSIS banner with both Clay and Eric. So if Clay and Eric could head out to the hallway as well for some pictures. And most of these people are in person. There's a couple that I think could not be here today, so we will mail them their awards. But our first award today is for a data manager that our team felt was just really diligent about submitting timely and accurate data. They definitely take their job seriously and are concerned when there's failures or errors and get on top of it right away. They're really quick to respond to any questions we have of them, and we are just really grateful for their partnership and support. They also were the first state with a signed and executed 3.5 DUA, which was impressive. And this is for Lance Iverson in South Dakota. Congratulations. So Lance, if you can take it out in the hallway, we're going to take a picture out there. And this next data manager, I do not believe is here today unless he snuck in and I didn't see him, but is just known as being a supporter of quality EMS data submissions again, really willing to help. He was willing to help mentor a new manager and kind of take someone under his wing, really quick to respond whenever we have questions or concerns. And this is for Gary Varner in Alabama. Is Gary here today? I don't believe so. So we will mail Gary his award. The next is for someone who we felt as a team was just really eager to learn and raise the bar in her state. She worked really hard to recently start submitting data to the NEMSIS TAC, and now is determined to transition to 3.5 and not to be the last state to turn green. And this is for Michelle Jones in Delaware. Thank you, Michelle. If you can take that out to the hall for a picture. And our next award is a new data manager this year that we felt in onboarding and conversations and meetings, he really has a vision for how EMS data can be used, especially comparing it to a national benchmark more in his state. And he has a great vision and mission of what he wants to see improved. And this is for Luis Dominguez from Florida. Congratulations. You can go out in the hall for a picture. And and our next person I know hoped to be here today, and then something came up, he couldn't make it, so we'll need to mail this as well. But he has been a longtime advocate for EMS data, really works to use it for quality improvement in his state. He has often created resources to share with other states, and kind of been a leader and a mentor in that way as well. Really works towards accurate and timely data submission. And this is for Chip Cooper in New Hampshire. So I think Chip is joining us online today. And our last one, this is the People's Choice Award. And so he was nominated by his peers, and he is a newer state data manager. He really jumped in and learned quickly and is passionate about improving data and making changes and improvements. He has continued to be a voice for continual improvement and quality improvement. And let's see. When nominated by his peers, they said he has been the first to offer assistance to us navigating any issues or questions we've had relating to NEMSIS 3.5 or to EMS registry operations in general. He has met with us as a group and with me individually to provide his expertise. And this is for Chad in Kansas. So congratulations, Chad. If you can head out to the lobby for a picture as well. And we are going to do the prize wheel next. And while Chris is pulling that up, getting that ready, I have one more announcement. We know that you guys love bacon, for those of you who are new to our annual meeting. It's kind of a tradition that we have had maple-flavored bacon at several of the recent meetings. And when everyone heard we were changing venues, there was a big uproar of, what about the bacon? I'm not going to come if there's not bacon. All kinds of comments. But Monet, who has worked so diligently to plan this event, worked very hard to find a caterer that could provide us with maple bacon. And one of our stakeholders has a little gift for Monet today. Monet, if you could come up. And Anne has worked and gathered many maple flavored, maple scented, I believe, or bacon, yes, maple bacon.
And then it became a fun thing, and then I think we just got a little carried away. So, but if you would like to open it and show what everybody got you, for those that didn't get to participate, and I'm gonna give you the mic.
Paddle for spanking. When in doubt, add bacon. Thank you. Gold bacon. Go gold.
Christmas ornament.
I want to grow my own food, but I can't find any bacon seeds. Wax and wigs, let's see.
There we go.
I wonder if bacon thinks about me too. Thank you all so very much. I hope you enjoyed the bacon.
And I was just kidding. You're not going anywhere yet for lunch. I end at 11:30. I got so excited when I saw the 10-minute thing back there that I thought it really was almost over. And it's not. We got a few more to go through. Will you hit? So just hang in there with me for another 35 minutes. And you have to stay if you want the prize wheels. Oh, yes. If you feel like you need to stand up, stretch, do a little wiggle, dance, sing. We will be answering all scavenger hunt questions at the end of this session. You must stay to hear all the scavenger hunt important things. No leaving early, Brooke, to run off and start your scavenger hunt. So please feel free, just stand up, move around. If you can stay in the room, that would be awesome. Again, this was all me. The team did it right. I was just excited.
Where does this go to?
The front. I didn't get the section in the
front
front.
center.
Yeah. Yeah, we did that one. All right, a couple people have left the room. Should we all vote right now and get through? Just kidding. Really not too many people left the room.
Oh, you're good. I'm just grabbing my notes.
And I think this is Clay's.
Oh, it's runner.
Yeah, I think that one's Clay's. So the good news is that I want to share with everybody, you guys have been making great time. We might actually be able to go through some results tomorrow in the afternoon session so you can kind of get an idea of where everything ended up. Or there might be a couple you want to revisit or anything like that. Just let me know. Remember, all of these changes are driven by you. So this is your chance to have a voice. All right, we're going to go ahead and keep going with Survey 1, question 31. And you can tell we're almost done with Survey 1 because there was only 40 questions. So Survey 1, question 31, add a new attribute to e-patient 17 date of birth that would allow for the EMS clinician to indicate approximate. Some of the comments that were made is an age can be estimated but not a date of birth. Already a pertinent negative for unable to complete and refused is available. Implied when date of birth is not present and an age is approximated. Or age can be estimated but not date of birth again. So those were some of the comments that came in with the no votes. And are there any questions or comments here in the room or online? Peter from New York. And we got Zoll. And there was one over here. Okay. Sorry, I looked that way first.
No, this, I do agree with this. This is not one of mine. This is Peter from New York. I do agree with this primarily because you may have someone who's a care provider who says, I know that Susie's birthday is May 5th. I just don't know what year exactly how old she is. That May 5th goes a lot longer in being able to allow a patient access registrar or someone at the hospital downstream to become closer to identifying that they have the correct patient.
Okay, and then Drew from Creative EMS.
I don't know if this is a bad idea, but it looks ripe for abuse if they don't feel like collecting all the data at that time. Like, they'll just start estimating everybody's ages maybe. So I don't know if it's a great idea to allow something so loose.
And then Keenan, did you still have? So Keenan from Zoll.
Now that I hear Peter's example, it makes a little more sense. My initial question was, what's the usefulness of having a date of birth? But if we're going to format date of birth, we have to put a year. So now we have a month, day, year that's now in that patient's record that will now be calculated as an age, which basically is the approximate age. And I worry about the implementation downstream with other systems, billing systems, and so forth, where now we have different date of births with the attribute or the modifier that says it's approximate or not, and 3.5 backwards compatibility in those parsing systems.
And then we have Peter from Oregon.
My concern was just that there'd need to be some way to designate what part of the date of birth is approximate, unless it was always the year.
We've got David Saylor from Beyond Lucid.
It'd be way too much for this thing, but HL7, when they have a date, they allow you to enter just the day, just the month, and just the year. And that's probably the only way to kind of address this, because like they said, you're going to get very complicated downstream. Record matches often have to have the complete date of birth, and otherwise it will not match in most of the contexts we work in.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right, let's go ahead and move forward with the vote. A yes vote would add an attribute for approximate to date of birth, patient date of birth. All right, I'm not seeing too much movement in the numbers. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Survey 1, question 33, add element to capture injury severity score. So this would be a new optional or recommended element. The injury severity score is utilized for trauma registries. Some of the comments were, how often do they get this from the receiving facility? This should be an automated calculated score. Is this documented by EMS clinicians or hospital staff? This value is not determined during the EMS event. This is a difficult process for trauma registrars, even with a calculator provided. Could this be auto-calculated with information within the report? And I just thought of a really good idea as if I had had an example of what was included in the injury severity score, but I didn't think of that until just now standing in front of you, so I apologize. Peter from Oregon.
This seems like it would need to come back from the hospital as an outcome.
So should we create an element within the e-outcome section to allow the EMS EPCR to be updated with that information. All right, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions, nothing online. So let's go ahead and vote. Adding a new optional or recommended element to capture the ISS, the injury severity score. Needs more work would just, it could be, yeah, it could be the E outcome field. All right, I'm not seeing a whole lot of movement, so let's go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, I saw some movement, so I was trying to give everybody some time to answer. All right. So survey 1, question 34, add an optional or recommended element to capture clinical opioid withdrawal scale, also known as COWS, which measures the opiate withdrawal symptoms. State data manager comments needs to stay optional, interesting, but may not be useful in the EMS environment, could lead to guessing, would require EMS clinician education, and the components of the score are already collected. Could this be auto-calculated? Vendors, not a request they've seen from any of their customers currently. eVitals is the appropriate place for the scale if it is added. Many components of the score could lead to an inadvertent error. Is this really value added? Other would need pertinent negative or a not value included, which would make that a recommended field. The score could be auto-generated by an algorithm with existing information within the ePCR. So the items that are included in the components of the score are resting pulse rate, sweating, restlessness, pupil size, bone or joint aches, runny nose, or tearing. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Peter from New York, what? Runny nose or tearing is a part of the scale. And I don't think it's currently collected anywhere in the ePCR. All right, we're going to go ahead and vote. I'm not seeing any other hands. So new optional or recommended element to capture clinical opioid withdrawal scale, the COWS, should this request move forward. All right, I guess we could do our countdown now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I just want to throw that in there for something different. Survey 1, question 35. Add an optional or recommended element to capture the patient height that includes an attribute for approximate. State data managers, the summary of the comments, what is this needed for an EMS? Vendors, a feet measurement makes this useless. Should it be inches? Is this necessary? EMS provider agencies, not necessary in the pre-hospital setting. Potential for additional data entry requirements by the EMS clinicians that will not impact clinical care. Other, is this necessary? Any thoughts, comments, questions?
Is this important for pediatric populations?
We do collect the Broslow. That is still in the eVital section. I know that Broslow is probably not used. I think it's called something. The colored measuring tape. I think that's what we call it.
I'm not advocating for this in any way. This is an informational thing only. When we implement it in our system, we implement it for organizations that are using vents and dialing in their vent settings due to ideal body weight, which is calculated from height. That being said, we should have a long conversation about how deep into critical care and flights we're going to be ongoing here.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, let's go ahead and move on to the vote. Would you like patient height? Yes. Does it need more work? Or no? All right, I'm not really seeing very much movement in the numbers. So let's go ahead and move on. Survey 1, question 37. Add an optional or recommended element to capture a patient's preferred language. State data manager comments, no effect on the situation or benefit from the knowledge. Vendors, doesn't seem necessary. EMS provider agencies, unnecessary. EMS clinicians may not know the foreign language to document. Is this one USCDI? Is this one USCDI? Okay, we're just going to check really quick if this is part of the alignment for USCDI. Is there any questions, comments, concerns, or anything like that? All right, give me 10 seconds. This is part of the USCDI alignment, so it's the part of the interoperability with the USCDI.
Yeah, Josh, can you talk a little bit about what USCDI is and why it would be important to align or not align?
Give him the box.
All right, I get to use the box. USCDI is the United States Core Data for Interoperability. It's an initiative by the Office of the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology to put out a standard set of, I guess what I would call data elements that are pertinent across all, broadly across all of healthcare. And so it has different sections within it, kind of like NEMSIS does. One of those sections is information about a patient. And then within that section, it has several data elements, essentially saying that any health IT, out there should probably support these elements, these pieces of information about a patient. So patient's preferred language was one of the pieces they have in there, in addition to name and date of birth and all of those.
Josh, is there any requirement to include this to be USCDI compliant, or do we have an option to choose whether or not we choose to collect this data in the pre-hospital environment?
I don't know. We just really started looking at USCDI about a year ago, so it's kind of new to us. I'm not sure if there's anyone else in the room who knows it better. As to like long-term, what impact is it going to have on EMS software?
Chris, right next to you. Oh, okay, great.
Karin?
Question, would the same list of values from D personnel 20 EMS personnel's foreign language ability be used? Or would that have to change to also match whatever that standard is? I personally think it's a great idea because there's all kinds of people across the nation that speak other languages.
I don't think we had gotten that far into the request, but that's a good idea to use an existing list that's already there with existing codes. I always like not reinventing the wheel.
And John Pringle from Water, I have a comment. So I think that there's maybe two benefits that have been overlooked in this, and this is the first time I've seen it. So from my perspective, there's a medical legal aspect when documenting, particularly in AMAs. Being a paramedic in San Diego for over 36 years, Spanish speakers, Tagalog, just about any language that you might encounter, there's an interpretation of whether or not that person understands what they're doing. That point, I think, is important from a medical legal standpoint. I think also from a clinical standpoint, in QA review, having a patient not understand what you're asking them is immensely important in evaluating whether the care of that patient was appropriate or not, and was the paramedics able to not pierce that language barrier in order to provide them the best treatment available to them.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
So USCDI, this is a requirement for USCDI, the language, preferred language. It is definitely a required if known element. So if you don't have it, you have to tell them why you don't have it. But especially with in terms of maybe non-emergent care that may be taking place, it's definitely useful. It might be something that may not be collected in an emergency situation, but it's definitely something that if you're requesting care in or non-emergency care, that should be collected at some point. And I think I agree with the other points that everyone else is making, but in terms of USCDI, it is a requirement.
All right, thank you. And just one comment related to the earlier comment. We do have an element that indicates barriers to care, and there is a language value.
I was just going to say pretty much what the person who just spoke said, that I think especially for non-emergent care and the ability to identify gaps and disparities that exist in the communities that are being served, I think preferred language and the ability to communicate with patients is an important thing to have.
Thank you. Any other last comments, questions, concerns? Peter from Oregon, hang on one. Oh, you got the box.
I do. I can imagine a use case, particularly in Oregon, around translation services and notification of the hospital ahead of time. If you're bringing somebody in who's critical, where there's a language barrier, and the hospital's able to have a translator on hand.
All right, let's go ahead and vote. Adding patient's preferred language. Should this request move forward for development in version 351? Okay, the movement is slowed down. We'll do our countdown. Get your vote in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll move on to the next question. Survey 2. Actually, you know what? Since we're going to break into Survey 2, and we really do only have a few minutes left, are there any questions or anything with any of the Survey 1 items that we've gone over that you voted on or anything like that?
Yeah, one comment I'll make. We're moving forward through this much quicker than we had anticipated. So there's several sections during the next 2 days that are set aside to reviewing these. We're making great progress, right, Jen?
We are.
So perhaps what we'll do is take the findings from today, other comments we've received, and maybe if there's an element where it's really split between yes and no, for example, right, including or not including, and maybe we can spend a little bit more time on those. Clearly, a lot of these have been straightforward, which is fantastic. So we'll evaluate what's done today and come back with those that seem to be a little bit split and spend some time with those.
Because I'd like to thank you for all your 50-50 splits. Ridgely from Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's not about any specific question. It's about how the survey was done in general, like who it went out to and who responded, and being able to get it out more to EMS providers. It was interesting to see that there were EMS providers, but like who are they, and where does that?
So we have put together an EPCR users group, a stakeholders group, and so this went out to all of the EPCR members of the EPCR stakeholders group. And if you have anybody that you think would like to, they have to volunteer, you cannot volunteer them. If you send me their name and number, I will ask them if they're interested in participating. It's a quarterly meeting. They come and they bring their ideas. State data managers are not on there. Vendors are not on there. This is just for the users of collect and send systems to be able to talk about what they have found as issues, what they need. And a lot of time we just talk about NEMSIS, right? Or we talk about, hey, what would make your life easier? Does this definition confuse everybody, or is it just one agency? So we talk a lot about those kind of things. It's a quarterly hour-long meeting. They all got the survey. All state data managers were getting it. Everybody on the NEMSIS Google group, all of the vendors were received it, and all of the billing stakeholder group as well got it.
Make sure, okay, we're on. We have a really good, precise definition for what makes a minor change versus major. And so every one of these changes we can evaluate and decide it's minor or it's major. If we have time later, we might also want to be thinking about just the question of how many changes do you put into a release that you're calling a minor release? And is there some cutoff where we say, okay, yep, technically these are all minor changes, but the scope is getting too big, so some of these that had less consensus may wait for a future update. So something to think about.
Yes. Wilma from Alaska.
Just as a quick, going back to the CPR when the people were asking about that one, CARES does not require what type of CPR. It's an optional, and their list is compressions and ventilations, compressions only, ventilations only, and unknown. So they don't consider compressions to be considered, manual compressions to be considered with BBM. They actually specify it.
Thank you for looking that up.
Hey, it's Frank with CARES. I just wanted to confirm, we essentially consider manual CPR to be the default, and if there's need procedures 03 value for CPR mechanical device, that's how we determine that a mechanical device was used. And then we do have supplemental questions in addition to that. So that's our actual import logic for that question. EREST 09 is not, those values wouldn't be relevant to CARES.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? Any other concerns about how the survey was done? I know that there was a very short turnaround time on some of those surveys, and there was lots of questions on them. We will endeavor, if we do go forth with a survey next time, to give you a little bit more time. It just means we have to cut off the changes and when you're allowed to submit changes for the next version a little bit earlier. Doug from Imogen.
Jen, if this was there, I apologize, but it'd be nice to identify not the individual, but who put the request in. Was it a state data manager? Was it a vendor? Was it a EMS agency? I think that would add some context. And I don't know if it's in that details in the actual ticket, but
if we knew it, so some of these requests came in before we had the system in place to start tracking the change requests that were made. So some of them we weren't sure if who they came from. And so we tried to follow it backwards and follow email chains and things like that on the request. So where it's available, it is labeled in there, whether it was a state data manager request. EMS stakeholder request means it came from one of you. We just can't remember which one of you it came from. And then there's vendor. So yeah, we're trying to do that because that would be helpful for us as well to be able to put that kind of category on it. And we have 5 minutes left. I'm sorry, we have two. I'm told we have 2 minutes. I obviously cannot tell time on that clock that's on the back wall. I apologize, guys. In that case, why don't I just call it good?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get started. We have a busy agenda this afternoon, and I want to make sure we stay on schedule. So this next section is titled basically OEMS, or Office of EMS Projects at NHTSA. So I just want to hit some of the highlights of some of the things that we're definitely going to be working on the remainder of this year and then into 2024. So the first one is not a surprise to anybody. It's been up here for a while. This first came up in 2019. John Kramer and I presented this to the National Association of State EMS Officials, their state directors, and talked about the violence against EMS clinicians. It actually got more important to me during COVID when I was reading the EMS 1 articles that came up every day. And basically I was seeing providers getting struck, hit, stabbed, in some cases shot. And I was seeing it on a routine basis. And we tried to look at violence in society for Rob Lawrence using NEMSIS data, and we drew some conclusions to it, but that really didn't get to the actual clinician level. And I've told this story many times. On Tuesdays, we have a call with leaders from around the country in EMS at the operational level. And about a couple months ago now, we had a report out, and the comment was, we had 41 shootings in this metropolitan area in a 24-hour period over the weekend. 14 of which were in the last 12 hours. 9 of them were fatalities. And I thought, man, I'm glad I didn't have that 48-hour shift. Think about what the clinician's mindset was. And then we talk about mental and behavioral health, and we talk about recruiting and the difficulties in recruiting personnel. And all of this is tied into the violence against EMS clinicians in the society that we're working in. And we have to find a way to quantify it. We have to find a way to identify what these violent acts are, how to train our clinicians in de-escalation, how to train our people into being more scene savvy and being safe. Do we need ballistic protection in some of our areas of the United States? Can we identify that using NEMSIS data? So these are some things that are tied to this project. In January, at the National Association of EMS Physicians meeting, we kicked off this with the work group. Cassie was leading it for the NEMSIS TAC at the time. And we had stakeholders from inside the U.S., outside the U.S. We had representatives from a whole host of agencies. We had representatives from the fire service, actually heavily attended by the fire service, IAFF, IFC, and academic institutions like Drexel, and then folks from Canada. So we kicked it off. We've had 2 working group sessions. At the time, and I'm not throwing any MSP under the bus at all, great group of folks. They were not as engaged. Sometime in around February timeline, this became a really hot topic for them. They have since kicked off a work group. They have a great base camp site with a whole bunch of information that they're putting together for an initiative on violence against EMS clinicians as well. And we have shared everything that we've developed and worked on with them. So it's our intention to, the goals by the end of the year is to have a draft data set that we can use to track violence against EMS clinicians in the pre-hospital environment. I can share these slides with you. It's basically a 1-pager I've just broken up to put into a PowerPoint. But the overall goal of the project was to just be able to characterize the violent acts that EMS personnel are exposed to. And then the TAC would put together this list of data elements that they could basically roll out to all the vendors and collect data on the violent acts. There's an impact statement. We put that together as kind of our marketing tool for this particular project. And then, like Jen said, I'm getting old, so I have to put my glasses on. We wanted to basically look at what evidence is needed to provide situational awareness and evidence-based decisions to the things I mentioned earlier. How do we educate and train our personnel better for scene safety? Is there legislative advocacy that's needed here? In certain countries and in certain states in the U.S., it's a felony if you assault an EMS personnel or firefighter, or if you obstruct them from doing their duty there are other rules and laws that apply as well. So trying to gain some consistency across the board for it's not okay to hurt one of these folks. And then to really look at who's doing it. The assumption at the beginning was it was the patient, but that might not be the case. In certain scenes, it could be bystanders, it could be family members. So who is actually committing the assault? And then the tricky part, and I have to be honest, I thought this was rather easy in the beginning, but I realized it wasn't very quickly. What types of assaults were occurring? Where do you draw the line at assault? What Katie Ann tolerates on her ambulance and what I tolerate on my ambulance may be very different. So how do we draw a line at verbal assault being a part of what we're going to capture in violence against EMS clinicians, and what role does that play in the mental health of that personnel? So there's a Dr. Elizabeth Donnelly in Canada who's got a forward step on this project. We brought her in to help us as well. She spoke at Pinnacle. If you had the opportunity to hear her speak, she does an excellent presentation. They have some preliminary data. We have the folks at Drexel who's been working with the IAFF in the past, working with us as well. And our goal is, as I said, to produce basically a data set that we could capture by the end of the year. Now, phase 2, or the second step of this project, is once we identify the data elements that we want to collect, where do they go? Where's the point of collection? Is it part of the EPCR? Now, Ryan Stark and our folks at PWW said, hey, look, this should not be part of the patient care report. However, we can glean data from the patient care report to help support the data elements, and we certainly don't want duplicative data entry. So that's a piece to consider. The second piece is if it's collected at the scene, if it's collected at the time the EPCR is done, how does it get to this sort of national reporting spot, system, place? Does it follow the same route that data does now? It goes from the agency to the state and the state to the federal agencies. Does it go to a public-facing database where everybody can see it, which was my goal in the beginning? Because I think for the clinician buy-in, if you're going to report something, you should be almost immediately be able to see that you reported it and it actually counted. I think if we don't do that, we're not going to get buy-in and people are not going to do this. And then it violates the number one rule and the number one complaint that I hear today, which is we don't want to capture any more data. But if we want to get at the heart of this problem, we don't have the data that we need to do it today. We have to add data elements somewhere. So what started out as a simple project, and I remember talking to Clay about it the first time. What is development? I thought it was an app, by the way. For those of you who were in our group yesterday, you heard the story. I thought this was a really cool place for an app. And Remley talked me out of it at ESO very quickly. I've since learned that having someone go to the secondary site to enter data is probably going to cause problems. And then there's a whole list of other issues that goes along with it. So I've been talked out of my initial dream. However, yeah, I know it's sad. However, we're still moving forward with what data needs to be captured, with the idea to put out this report that's available to everyone, all the national associations, the NAEMT, IAFF, IFC, and everyone else regarding clinicians getting assaulted in the field. So that's the high-level overview of this project, but a very important project to me to get accomplished, have the data set identified by the end of this calendar year as the ultimate goal, and then how it's going to be handled from that point on will work out in 2024. I'll stop there real quick and ask if there are any questions about this particular project. No questions at all. Awesome. So another sort of ancillary data set, and we had a lot of conversations about this with the advisory board yesterday, these ancillary data sets, additional data. Many of you have heard me talk about grants. You've heard about the funding opportunities through the bipartisan infrastructure law and the grants that are available. That also means money that's available for projects like an ambulance crash data set. So as Dia Gaynor says, the patient in the back of an ambulance is the most vulnerable road user in the U.S. And they're right. They're strapped to the back of a stretcher. They're not driving the ambulance. They can't see where it's going. They can't tell you to speed up or slow down. They may or may not be strapped down correctly. You may or may not be seat belted to help them. They can't brace themselves for impact. That's pretty vulnerable right there. So is this a point in time where we can take advantage of resources to identify a data set for ambulance crashes? There are a few states, and we're working to identify which states have some of this data already, to document when ambulances crash using a data set that our friends at NEMSIS, Cherie, she's here somewhere, I just lost her. There she is. Cherie and her colleagues had put together as a starting point. We walked through it with the advisory board to try to get kind of a high-level first step at what that would look like. So we'll be putting that out to you sometime in the near future to talk about it. It's by no means finished. Whatever we would produce would be aligned with the FARS system, the fatality reporting system at DOT, and the MUC, the Model Uniform Crash Criteria at DOT. Now, everything that was in FARS will align with MUC moving forward. That's guidance that has been put out by our administrator at NHTSA's office. So basically, we're going to align with DOT standards. We're going to look at what a data set would look like for ambulance crashes. And then basically what we're going to do is create the data set that would need to be captured. The big piece in that is looking what's already done with states and see if we can capitalize on that as well. Because there are a few that have some pretty good data sets out there, but it's all over the place. Now, this is not without some peril too. We had a lot of discussions about backing into the lamppost at the station as to whether that constitutes crashing your ambulance. We also talked about whether you needed to have a patient on board for it to count, or you were traveling to a scene or from a scene as a part of an emergency response. All of those things to be determined. But I wanted to start out with kind of a starting point, a list of definitions, a list of data elements, and use that to put out instead of just opening it up and kind of creating the wild, wild west. So any questions about that? And again, that's just getting started, very high level at this point. No questions at all? Yes, ma'am. Wait a minute, I got this down. Ann from Arizona.
Yes, that is right. Thank you, Eric. So I'm not super knowledgeable about this and the data, MUC and TIMS and FARS, to the point that I don't even understand what we can get in the data elements. And that's partly just because I can't find the resources. But isn't there a data point in one of those sources that you have? Because I would think that they would record crashes. Do they record what kind of vehicles involved? And you could find ambulances that way. I realize it wouldn't necessarily help us because it's not going to be available in the EMS data set, but I'm just wondering if, I don't know.
There is an entry point, but it's not as in-depth as people would like. And whether it's crash or whether it's violence, whatever these ancillary data sets turn out to be, we have to be aware that there is a very fine line between what we need and this turning into a research project. So that was a lot of the discussion yesterday, and that's why we wanted a starting point for someone else to look at it and then say, okay, you went too far. This is too much. You don't need that. So stand by for additional information on that. Does that answer your question? Yes, there is a point of entry, but it doesn't provide the information that many people are looking for to determine whether or not it's a driver error, to determine whether or not, and look, DOT has people that go out and do very detailed assessments at some of these motor vehicle crashes. The trouble is it's not all of them, and it has a tendency to be a very narrative-driven report. So you can't really do a lot of comparisons from one area of the country to another. So in addition, there are a few other projects I want to mention. We had the registry folks here yesterday. We talked about the National Provider ID number. And we're really in the very early stages of how that can be used by NEMSIS to benefit the clinician. So can a clinician use that provider ID number to basically track what they're doing across states? This all ties into the governor's compact work that has been done by NEMSIS now for years. And in the very beginning, that was a part of the compact, was being able to track those individuals across state boundaries and to be able to look at if we have bad boys and bad girls doing things, being able to relate that from one state to another, and then look at the skills they're performing in one state, look at the calls or services they're affiliated with. And this one is an awesome project, but I realize given all the different state tracking systems for provider IDs and how that happens, this one is very tricky. So we'll be spending a lot of time with NEMSIS, leadership from several different non-governmental organizations and EMS, and on the fire side as well, to figure out how this all fits together. In addition, we have version 3.5.1 that was talked about. We'll continuously talk about versioning. Please be aware that we realize that there are folks out there that are farther ahead than others. We're always aware of that. We're always pushing somebody forward. We're always holding somebody back. That's the nature of this particular project. So we'll be working with you to make sure that we can do everything we can to help someone along, whether it's 3.5, 3.5.1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever. I think that's the list for right now. Given everything else that's going on with interoperability, the connectivity of the NEMSIS data set to the HIEs, working with Rachel Abbey, who's not here, my apologies. I think I said when I opened she was going to be here, she is not. We're working with them. In 2020, we had a national data conference. At then it was sponsored by the National Security Council, Dr. Dave Wade. That will be held this year, it looks like, on December the 15th in the afternoon. It will be an all-afternoon session. It will not be a full day this time, but we're actually on ONC's agenda. We're a part of their schedule, which is awesome. And it will be available virtually. The meeting's actually held in Washington, D.C. For those of you that aren't there, don't want to make the trip, I certainly understand. We will have a virtual way of disseminating that to participants. There'll be a lot of talk about the HIE connectivity and all of that in that particular meeting, how we're going to get data in the US CDI and in the national data set. So a lot more to come on that. That's certainly something that's ongoing with us, and Josh has been leading that for the last year with his interoperability work group. So I'm going to stop there and ask if there's any questions for me in terms of Office of EMS or anything that we have going on. If not, we'll move on with our agenda. And please, any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. It's nice to get them right after lunch. Hey, thank you all.
Separate. Yeah, there we are. Get that lined up. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be with you after lunch while you're all docile and I can throw some information at you. I am excited to give you some updates on our efforts with interoperability between EMS and the rest of healthcare. We had a workshop yesterday afternoon, primarily focused to EMS software developers, but we had other people in the room as well from all kinds of perspectives where we dug into interoperability stuff. And so what I'm going to present today is kind of for the benefit of all of you who haven't been tracking along all this work that we're doing with interoperability, and yet because of your job, you need to know something about how interoperability is going to work between EMS and the rest of healthcare. And so guess what? I have some resources for you, some information that you can read up on, kind of get the short notes and increase your kind of base understanding of how these things are going to work. So what we're talking about with interoperability is just this, we share this very simple story with people who maybe have never heard of EMS before. We tell them how to spell EMS, and we share this story with them of how they go on a 911 call and they need the patient's medical history so they can better treat the patient. They take the patient to the hospital and they need to share information with the hospital about what they did on their call. And afterwards, they need to know what happened to that patient in the hospital so that they can improve the care they give to the next patient. Well, guess what? When we share this story, it is immediately understandable to everyone we've talked to, including people who have never had any interaction with EMS. They just get it right off the bat. And then their next comment is, oh, I didn't know that didn't happen already. You mean that doesn't happen already? Well, no, it doesn't. I showed you this statistic last year at the annual meeting that in 2021, 1.2% of patient care reports in the national EMS database had for a patient who was treated and transported, had hospital outcomes on them. Well, are you ready for the big reveal? In 2022, since this is a progress report, 1.4%. Yeah, let's celebrate. At this rate, I figure in about 100 or 200 years from now, we should be getting up above 50%. So that'll be great. So we obviously have a long ways to go, but we have done a lot of work this year. We want to get this number up, way more than this, but we've done a lot to create some foundations to make that happen. I'm going to share with you a few things that we've done this year. One is the IHE Connectathons. IHE is an organization called Integrating the Healthcare Enterprise. Amit over there in the back corner is an employee of HIMSS, the Healthcare Information Management Systems Society, which is one of the co-sponsors of IHE. And Amit is our IHE representative and has been on weekly calls with me and Clay for the past year. Next to him, Andrea is a co-chair of one of the committees in IHE. And IHE puts together profiles that are used by health information technology products. They implement these profiles, which are essentially a collection of standards that have been identified for achieving interoperability with other systems. So, IHE Connectathons, I'm going to explain those. The HIMSS Interoperability Showcase that happened back in April, the task force calls that we've been holding on a monthly basis, a repository and wiki that we've been building, and then vendors reviewing their integrations. So, IHE Connectathons, this is what they look like. The Connectathon floor is a bunch of software developers getting together at the same table, sitting next to each other, hacking away at their software and solving interoperability problems, and getting tested on their ability to implement the IHE profiles, to implement standards for integration. So, at the last IHE Connectathon, developers from ImageTrend showed up. They got to sit at the table with developers from Epic, and they worked on that connection between the two products. This is a protected floor. There's no suits in here, no C-level people, no media. This is only developers hacking away at their products and achieving interoperability in real time with each other. We would love to see a bunch of EMS software companies showing up to the Connectathons, getting tested and certified on their ability to interoperate. Well, that led to the HIMSS Interoperability Showcase. HIMSS is an annual conference of like 40,000 people who show up. This year it was in Chicago. Tons, it's just huge. And a lot of it is kind of hospital focused or other areas of healthcare. There's an interoperability showcase where there were a dozen or so different demonstrations going on multiple times each day of HIMSS, where people from different companies had come together and developed a vignette or a story that they would present to demonstrate interoperability between their products. So it might be, that a patient had some, primary care provider, they had some labs done, and the data flowed back and forth between that care provider and whoever did the labs, and then they showed up in an emergency department and their history was there, things like that. So how it all connects. Well, so one of the vignettes was an emergency stroke response and treatment, and this is the one that ImageTrend prepared for through going to the Connect-a-thon, and they got to work directly with Epic and Baxter to be involved in this particular vignette. And here again, if you look at the other vignettes from the showcase, so many of them, you would look at them and say, huh, that's funny. How did that patient get to the hospital? Oh, EMS. Why didn't they include EMS? Well, because we need an EMS vendor to be there to participate, to interoperate with the rest of the systems in that vignette. So there's lots of opportunities for EMS software products to get involved and be participants in these showcase vignettes. These are available on YouTube. I'm going to show you a 10-second snippet from the 12-minute demo that ImageTrend was involved in that just shows in particular the handoff of information from the EMS unit to the hospital. Oh, hold on. We don't have audio.
So I'm going to activate the stroke team. And what this is going to do is get Ms. Patel pre-registered into the EHR, so upon the paramedics' arrival, they can immediately start treating her. So I'm going to send that off to the Epic EHR system.
As we can see, the hospital has received the pre-registration message. As the emergency department physician, I'm going to register the patient. And enter a stroke workup order set.
And there we go. So again, you can watch those vignettes on YouTube, but that's a little snippet of what they're like. Again, we'd love to have multiple EMS software vendors in those vignettes next year. Okay, next, the task force. We've had monthly task force calls going on since the beginning of this year to work on interoperability. We have 76 participants in the Google group. Our attendance on the monthly calls is usually about half of that, about 35. And you can see here all of the topics that have a date on them are the topics that we have pounded through on the task force so far this year. I'm going to give you some of the high points of things that we've documented from the topics we've already covered. And then as you can see, we have several topics left to go for the rest of this year.
This sounds like really pretty much all.
I forgot to explain this. Oh, man. Okay, so a little snippet from a task force call. These are on YouTube. So if you go to the NEMSIS channel of YouTube, you get to the task force playlist. Well, my wife got wind of that a couple weeks ago, and she started watching these task force calls. And then my 15-year-old who loves doing videos, he got wind of it. And so this was our dinner table, little snippet from our dinner table a couple days ago. If I can get it to play again.
This sounds like really pretty much all of them would know what to do with an unstructured document and would accept an unstructured document. And as we move forward, then it sounds like we have some work to do to move to a more structured approach that the hospitals would become comfortable with having more structured data.
Yeah, I think that's certainly a large part of it because they have to, that's their choice.
Okay, so maybe we can go viral with my son's help. But so these are highly engaging hour-and-a-half calls. All right, next, the repository and wiki. We've created a GitHub repository under the auspices of IHE. And that's at github.com/IHE/EMS, or you can snap the QR code there. I want to take you there real quick. We might have the multiple screen thing going on here, so we'll see what happens. Yeah, you're still on my slides. Hold on. Can you see me now? Yeah, there we are. Okay. Yeah, so this is the GitHub repo. You can explore these folders, agendas, and so on, things from our monthly calls. We're going to keep filling this up as we go. In particular, I want to highlight the wiki link right up here. This is where we've started writing up kind of the findings, the things that we've established from our task force calls. And so this is a great spot if you kind of want a primer or get up to date on what we've learned and what we've established. Take a look through these wiki pages. You'll see they're fairly brief pages. You can go into these different topics, looking, for example, at the governmental and regulatory environment. You'll see in here there's lots of links out to sources. The idea is that everything in here should have some sort of citation, that it's not just stuff we're making up. And so it serves as a great launching point for just getting up to date on interoperability. Okay, so now the trick is to switch back to my presentation. And I might have to stop and restart. Oh, here we go. No. Get to the right slide here. Here we are. And we're back. Okay. I want to cover some highlights from those things that have been documented on the wiki page of things we've learned. So first, on the topic of government and regulatory environment. EMS providers and hospitals are permitted to share protected health information with each other to carry out, and these are technical terms or defined terms, treatment, payment, or healthcare operations. HIPAA does not require patient consent to share PHI for treatment, payment, or healthcare operations. HIPAA also permits data sharing without consent for some other stuff like public health, research, and other purposes. There are some, there's an asterisk to this, which is that patient consent is required for sharing of mental health information. The 21st Century Cures Act prohibits something called information blocking. So if this is the first time you've heard information blocking, that's a term to catalog in your mind. It'll come up in the future. It is defined as practices that are likely to interfere with, prevent, or materially discourage access, exchange, or use of electronic health information. If an EMS provider requests electronic health information about its patient via a health information network, and holders of the information do not provide it, the EMS provider may claim that information blocking has occurred. Or if health information technology vendors, they cannot charge unreasonable or discriminatory fees for implementing health information exchange. They can't say, I'll exchange information with you, but not with you, if both party, if you one and you two are both able to come to the table implementing the same standards and all of that, adhering to the same requirements, they can't be discriminatory in who they'll share data with. On the topic of data exchange partners, EMS vendors can connect to existing national health data exchange networks. I hope that the days are gone where an EMS agency works directly with a hospital that they serve to put together an agreement to share data with each other, and then their IT teams get together and figure it out and make it work. There are national networks, and the hospital is already on the national network, the vast majority of hospitals across the US. So we just need EMS to tap into the existing networks. Guess what? The networks have something called common agreements, non-negotiable agreements that all participants sign to join the network. So there's no more, let's get the legal team involved, figure out, how we're going to write this agreement up, what everyone will agree to. There's a common agreement, and everyone signs onto the same thing to participate in the network. The Trusted Exchange Framework and Common Agreement, known as TEFCA, is the future of health data exchange. It is not in place yet today, but all of the existing national networks that are out there, all of them are candidates to become qualified health information networks under TEFCA. So the same networks that exist today, they're going to move into the TEFCA kind of structure. You have a question? Can state law override the things like sharing of protected health information? Things like that?
Yeah, so for example, we're being told in my state right now that we can't connect to the health information exchange without a change in state law.
Interesting. Ryan, is that one you can take later or now or? That's right.
So with respect to whether or not state law would be one of the things that is different about typically, federal law will trump state law. There's a difference when it comes to at least HIPAA, federal privacy law. HIPAA defers to a state law that would grant more protection to the patient. So in the event that you have two laws that speak to the same set of information or sharing of information, if the state law would say that it's prohibited and that works in protection of the patient's information, then HIPAA defers to state law in that respect. It's one of the weird areas that federal law does not trump state law.
Thanks. So it sounds like we need to add some documentation in that area.
Because I'm the state that Brooke's talking about. It's going to come from our system to our IHE program. So I think if Unified wants to send it themselves, they can probably do that yourselves, but we can't send it from the states without changing how the wording is and how we can send it. So.
Oh, the agency could share data.
I'm sure they can if they want to, yeah. But we can't do it from the state side to the IHC until that's all connected, whatever.
Okay, good to know. All right. Moving on to the topic of sequence and workflow, the interactions.
Josh, 1 second, since we're asking
yes,
questions. Amber from Colorado. Not as great as Ann from Arizona, but close second, hopefully. So when you talked about information blocking, does that apply if, say, an agency has information within their software, but they're not sending that to the state? For example, when we start thinking about outcome data, a lot of our agencies have that outcome data, but it's not making it to the state repository.
That's another one that stumps me. I'll have to do some more research on that. I don't know if you have anything, Ryan.
It could. Healthcare providers are subject to the information blocking rules, so they could incur an information blocking charge. I'm actually going to discuss information blocking a little bit this afternoon, so if there are additional follow-ups, I'll take them at that time.
Cool, thank you. Yeah, it's a relatively new thing. The requirements of that law have just recently actually taken effect, so everyone's kind of getting to learn about it right now. Okay, sequence and workflow, the interactions between EMS and a network or a hospital as they go through a 911 call. We've been documenting that. A couple highlights from that. One is that the SAFER project. Who's heard of the SAFER project by now? Oh, that's all? Wait a minute. Who's heard of the SAFER project in California? Okay, that's a little better. This has been around for almost 10 years, predominantly in the San Diego area, implementing integration between EMS and the hospitals there through the local HIE. And there's been lots of presentations done on SAFER. I thought everyone had heard about it. I'm surprised some haven't. But if you wanted to find the technical docs for SAFER, like, which HL7 standard did they use to send the EMS report to the hospital, those specs were not actually available publicly. So with the help of Mark Branning, who was the consultant on that project, just a couple months ago, we got those specs published, and they are in the GitHub repository. You can see in detail, including example messages and documents from the SAFER project, how they implemented each step of the workflow. We've also been working on some sequence diagrams. This is a high-level sequence diagram of the interaction between EMS, a health information network, and a hospital. And then we have a more detailed sequence diagram that drills down and tags individual steps of the sequence and what data standards would be used in those steps. Well, what have we learned about standards and profiles that would be used in each step of the sequence? We're just starting to get into that right now. So the August task force call was the first one that we had on this topic, where we looked at the EMS to hospital interaction. So we identified the HL7 clinical data architecture EMS patient care report as an option. There's the IHE paramedicine care summary profile. There's also existing standards in HL7 consolidated clinical document architecture. Several of those documents include the continuity of care document, the transfer summary, and the unstructured document. Those standards are all being used today to share EMS reports with hospitals. And, not to be left out, HL7 version 2, even though it's pretty long in the tooth, it is extensively used today still. And usually it would be through admit, discharge, or transfer records, observation results for things like vital signs, or medical document management to just send a PDF of the patient care report to the hospital. So we've identified those standards, and then we're going to work our way through, what standards are used to get patient medical history, what standards are used for the hospital to transfer the outcome data of their patient back to EMS. So that's all to be done. So what's next? Well, we have some upcoming events. The monthly task force calls will continue through the end of this year, probably, to get through the rest of our topics. Eric mentioned the EMS Data Summit 2.0 at the ONC annual meeting coming up on December 15th in the afternoon in Washington, D.C., and with an online option. So a chance to reconvene after the one that was held in January 2020, right before COVID shut a lot of things down. We're looking forward to doing another IHE Connectathon and getting more EMS software developers at it. And then next year at the HIMSS Interoperability Showcase, I would love to see multiple vignettes spotlighting EMS being part of the story of that patient. Also talking about some potential upcoming products. I use the word potential here. We haven't decided exactly which ones will move forward. We talked about these a little bit yesterday with the work group. We know we need to improve the specs in some areas, so like the IHE paramedicine care summary profile, that's still in draft status, so we need to move that forward. Probably some kind of white paper implementation guide or toolkit for interoperability. Maybe some data transformation resources. If you have a NEMSIS file, how do you transform it to a paramedicine care summary file or something like that? Maybe some sample data. Thinking about a national dashboard about outcomes data. So that stat that I showed you at the very beginning, essentially to make a dashboard that tracks that on an ongoing basis and that we can promote the idea that we want more outcomes. Maybe future workshops like we did yesterday. And there's also been talk of something called a projectathon through IHE, which is kind of like their connectathons, except it would be more laser focused on EMS use cases. So they might not have all, the infusion pumps there and all the other stuff going on, but just focused on an EMS use case. So potentially coming. I would love feedback on what you think would be important, especially those of you who were in the workshop yesterday. I would ask you, I don't feel like I got enough clarity yesterday afternoon on what software developers need from the NEMSIS TAC to further your interoperability efforts. So I would appreciate any follow-up emails from those who attended the workshop yesterday to let me know, hey, out of all of this, what should we really prioritize to move forward? Okay, so wrapping up, my vision is that data interoperability between EMS and the rest of healthcare is a routine, daily occurrence. That it's offered by every EMS software vendor. I don't want to leave any vendor out. I want them all to be able to do this one way or another. I want it to just be part of, you go with an EMS software vendor, you get NEMSIS compliance, you also get interoperability. It's just in there. And that all PCRs in the national database for patients transported to hospitals have outcomes. All right, if you'd like to track the work, you can join the task force email group, a Google group. You won't be inundated with emails, a couple emails a month. And again, I would encourage you to visit the GitHub repository and read through the wiki pages to kind of just get up to speed on where we are so far. With that, I think I do have a few minutes open for any additional questions.
So on the wiki, when you showed it, it looked like there was more information than just the technical documents. Like there was some information on the information blocking and that kind of thing, which I'd never heard of until today. Is there a lot of information on there that's non-technical?
There is, so the government and regulatory environment piece of it is, I think, non-technical, depending on who you ask, right? If you ask my wife, she'd say it's technical, I guess. But I think it's readable. For anyone in this audience, definitely readable. And even the ones that get technical, like listing the profiles or standards that would be used, it's not doing a deep dive into those standards. I think it's just a high level, so you can at least know that the standard exists, and a little bit about its purpose. So I think I want it to be pretty accessible in that, from that perspective. Making Chris run.
So I think we did some personal digging into the 1.2%
Can you get your mic a little closer?
We did some digging into the claim that 1.2% of PCRs, and I think we got a specific percentage of Zoll PCRs that had made it to the National Repository with Outcomes data. And I think what we found in our digging and discovery is we would do an initial submission of a PCR to a state repository, and then we would get an outcomes section back appended to the PCR and maybe send it back, right? And that can be from 1 day to 60 days, who knows, right? And if it's not queued up and sent and resent from that state repository to the national repository, those outcome data elements won't get updated in the PCR. I think that might be a state level mission, a state level thing that we should discuss as a group.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. As I listed on one of the slides, that software vendors have been doing some digging into their data to see what's happening. And that's one example. I worked with Zoll to share the national database data that had been created by the Zoll products back with the Zoll staff. And so they were able to dig into the actual agencies that they serve and see the percentage of outcomes in the national database and compare that to the local data that Zoll had for those customers. So efforts like that are really helpful. I really appreciate Zoll working on that. There's a couple other vendors that have done that sort of thing, and I would be happy to support any additional vendors wanting to dig into that data. And as Keenan mentioned, one of the potential issues might be that they send the PCR to the state sends it right away to national. Then a week later, Zoll sends an update to the state because they finally got outcomes, and then the state doesn't send the update to national. So that would be something for state data managers that you could potentially look into. How often are you getting updates on PCRs that may come in, more than just an hour or so after the initial record? And are those updates including outcomes? And if so, is your state system set up to trigger to send those on to national again? You could also compare the percentage of outcomes you have in your state system to the percentage of outcomes that the national database has for your state. And again, I'd be happy to work with state data managers to get you your state-specific data. Some efforts like that could be really helpful. Sometimes it's simple nuts and bolts things we can do to fix some stuff. Yeah.
So part of the reason that a lot of EMS agencies are trying to go directly through the hospitals for this is because the hospitals are paying the majority of the price for the vendors to be able to do those connections, the hospitals that are willing to participate. So is there any grant money out there that you know of for EMS agencies who are linking directly to these HIEs, since they'll have to take a bigger financial burden on to make those connections?
I don't have anything immediately for you. I don't know if there's anyone else that's aware of some funding opportunities. It might be a good one for Eric to think about too, and to see what might be out there. I will say that the networks, particularly like eHealth Exchange, that's one of the national networks, and their pricing is public. It's on their website. And what I see that would work really well would be if an EMS software vendor contracted and paid the fee. It's kind of based on volume. And then they could turn around and recoup those costs through their contracts with their agency customers. And they've got some, like at the low end, it's very affordable. So I think there's some options that'll work financially. Amber?
Amber again. Thanks, Josh, for this work. And I know we've talked about this before, but similar to the cost limitations with this work, the other barrier we typically encounter is actually working with the facilities or hospitals' IT and security personnel, and there's a huge roadblock for those offices in sharing that data back with EMS providers. We even footed the bill at the state level and could not get more than one facility to participate in this exchange of data from the hospital out of their system into another system. So I don't know, could you speak to some of your work on that?
Yeah, that needs to go away. The hospitals are already connected to a national network. They're already making the data available. And if you do a query for treatment purposes, they're going to respond because they have to respond to treatment queries. The one remaining hurdle, though, that we have documented is that if you do a query for operations purpose, which is the kind of query you would do to get hospital outcomes after the call, not every system has flipped the switch to respond to outcomes requests simply because the law requires them to respond to treatment queries, but it makes it optional for them to respond to operations queries. We want to see if that can be addressed in TEFCA by having EMS at the table for TEFCA. And also, it's actually, when I say flip the switch, that's about how easy it is. The queries themselves and the responses themselves are exactly the same. It's just that one of the data elements in there says, this is what's the purpose of the query? And they can decide whether or not to respond to queries based on the query purpose. So it's simple at the technical level, just a matter of turning it on.
Now, Josh, does that go away with the information blocking rules that are coming out? Can they still do that?
I don't know. Good question. That's a good one for us to dig into. And we'll see if Ryan has anything on that when he presents. Okay, I'm at the top of the hour. So, Lori, thanks, everyone.
I'll just introduce myself and get into slides here. We're going to get into some legal considerations. This thing's kind of cool, this slide advancer. It feels like a drone remote. True story, my son, who just turned 9, just this past weekend, I got him a drone for his birthday. And guess what Dad did on its very first maiden voyage? flew it into the woods. I crashed it, right? So he cried, we had to order another drone. Luckily it wasn't a very expensive drone, so that's cool. But today's an exciting day for Oliver Stark. It's first day of 3rd grade, so very exciting start to that day. Right, exactly, I know. Get applauded for 3rd grade. So we're gonna get into some legal considerations. My name is Ryan Stark, and I am a partner and attorney with the law firm of Page, Wolfberg, and Worth. We're actually our home base is in Pennsylvania, right around the Harrisburg, Pennsylvania area. But we have, represent Harrisburg, So thank you, fan, right? Nobody else knows where the hell it's at, right? One of the things that we do, what we do is we represent the EMS industry, okay? We represent agencies, we represent some EPCR solution providers, we represent billing companies, all a host of folks and the myriad of folks that work in the EMS industry. We don't do a lot of litigation, stuff like that, but what we do is we go out and do a lot of compliance, and we do a lot of proactive stuff, and we do a lot of speaking on behalf of folks as well. One of the comments that I heard today that I want to have reiterated is, in all of these discussions that we have, always at the forefront needs to be who? The providers, right? The folks on the field who implement this stuff. One of the biggest complaints that I get when I go on site, and I do this throughout the year, is the folks that make decisions that affect us don't consider how it affects us, right? We need to get out there, and one of the most important things that you can do, and if you are working within your agency, is get out and be seen, take calls, know what it takes to implement these things. Do those run reports and figure out how much time it actually takes to get through some of that. I was in Texas last week, and the firefighter, they were like, all right, we're implementing NEMSIS 3.5, collective groan, right? And then one of the firefighters was like, man, last week I opened up this PCR and I had 120 red X's that I had to close out, right? So that's what we're up against. So we always need to be mindful of who it affects at the end of the day if we're going to ask those individuals to bring us that. Having said that, when you start with why, that's one of the big things Simon Sinek says, you get buy-in. When you tell folks, well, don't you think it's a good idea that we capture this about the patient? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. When you get buy-in on that end, they're much more willing to give you the information that you need. So this is our law firm and the folks that make up our lovely firm. As a lawyer, I'm duty-bound to say that this is all copyrighted material, blah, 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 blah. This is not formal legal advice either, okay? If you need formal legal advice, talk to a real lawyer. No, I'm kidding. If you do need legal advice, we do represent, like I said, agencies across the United States, so you can reach out to us or any other capable lawyer. So I want to start with a quick, brief history of our collaboration with NEMSIS. It all started way back when NEMSIS got the contract, when the University of Utah got the contract to do NEMSIS. And one of the things that EMS, agencies at the state level, one of the things that the state EMS offices were saying, NEMSIS was like, hey, can you provide us with this information? And they were saying, right? Why did they say that? One of their justifications was, HIPAA doesn't permit us to do that. So we authored the letter that basically said, no, they're a public health oversight agency. The University of Utah is a duly licensed contractor of a public health agency. They can provide that information. So it started way back then, and then it continued through a couple of years ago. We're sitting in DC. I'm sitting at a table with Clay. And I actually really didn't know Clay. This was the first time we kind of were formally introduced. And all these people, it was an interoperability conference. And all these people kept standing up and they're like, I can't get outcome data. I can't get outcome data, especially that we were trying to get information from the hospitals back then. And they were like, the hospitals won't give it to us. Why? HIPAA, right? So this is the paper. So I said to Clay, I want to be the law firm that writes the paper that says that that's BS, okay? So this puts to rest any notions that HIPAA does not permit. Not only does it permit, but federal regulators endorse the free sharing of information. That's what HIPAA was about, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember when HIPAA went into effect way back in 2003, I remember that. I was working at a pharmacy, and we got two separate trash cans. They're like, if it's got PHI, put it here. If it's not, put it there, right? And then we got all this training. And then nobody talked to one another. The HIPAA was not meant to be an impediment. It was actually supposed to promote the free sharing of information. If you are still having issues with other providers about sharing data, I strongly encourage you to check out that document and give it to, hospitals and other officials. But as I said, there's no reason why you can't connect to a health information exchange to get that information. By the way, we talked earlier, HIPAA does permit the free sharing of information for treatment, payment, and healthcare operations purposes, okay? As Josh discussed earlier. Here's the problem with that regulation. It says that they can, but it doesn't say they have to, okay? That's the problem. Now, we're gonna get into this a little bit later, the information blocking rule. One of the reasons why we're seeing a little bit more information sharing, especially on the treatment end, is because of this new information blocking rule. And we'll talk about how that works. So in other words, if they refuse to share information with you, they are not violating HIPAA by doing that. However, now that we have the information blocking rule, you might be able to file an information blocking charge against an organization that refuses to share information with you, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. We also issued a poster of practical tips for providers concerning privacy and security. Body cameras, okay? This is big, especially with what's going on right now, and this dovetails with some of the initiatives that we're talking about with tracking violence against EMS providers. One of the biggest tools in combating some of this and documenting what's happening out in the field are body cameras. And a lot of EMS agencies, you can look them up, North Channel EMS in Texas, they're happy to share information. They have their policy online. But if we do want to even consider implementing body cameras at our organization, there are some threshold considerations that we're going to have to look at, okay? I.e., am I in a two-party consent state? If I am, how do I overcome that? How do I get consent from the patient to record them, okay? So this is the paper that discusses that if you have interest, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that anybody has if they are considering potentially implementing body cameras. And I've stuck my cup down here because I didn't want to put it on the podium and spill it. I'm going to put it up here more accessible for me. We also just, and this is now available, put out what we call our PCR Data Quick Guide. And it answers a lot of FAQs concerning owning, amending, retaining, and sharing patient information. And I strongly encourage that you check that out. So one of the things that it puts to rest is, when it comes to ownership, there really isn't an owner when it comes to healthcare data, right? We are all repositories of data, but we can give it to other organizations and they can do with it whatever the law says that they can do. So when it comes to ownership, and most laws do not address, by the way, ownership is a state law issue. Most state laws do not address ownership. And so, I've had organizations approach me and they say, well, they can't do that with my information. Yeah, they can, if the law says that they can. When does a PCR become a legal document? This came up yesterday, and they said, what if we do a separate report, a separate incident report that documents things that aren't germane to patient care? Maybe it was an incident that we had with the patient, whatever. Would that information become discoverable? In other words, is it legal? Anybody know the answer to that? What's that? Why would you be worried? Well, sometimes you would be worried depending on what happened if your provider's misbehaved, right? But is that information discoverable? Yes, okay? Anything can become a legal document. We're in Summit County right now. If I were a duly licensed attorney in Summit County, if I had a lawsuit against an EMS agency, I'd go, to the Summit County Courthouse and I'd fill out a subpoena request and I would say, give me any and all records that pertain to my client, my patient, including incident reports, et cetera, et cetera. Now you say, well, aren't there things that aren't discoverable? Yes, okay? There's a thing called peer review, and every state has a peer review statute. So if after the fact, we want to have a discussion about what happened and determine whether or not, maybe we're at fault, maybe we need to improve things, as long as we follow our peer review statute, guess what? That information may not be discoverable. But the initial information that was, documented could be discoverable, okay? Anything can become a legal document. Is there anything that makes an ePCR an official record? There are certain actions, upon which when the provider actually moves to push it on to the next level and there's a signature attached to that, they're basically attesting that, yeah, this is a complete record and I'm passing it on. We've read through this. So that's sort of official. Also, billing a PCR makes it an official record as well, because you're attesting whenever you bill a claim for services, whenever your agency bills one, for those, connected with EMS agencies, whenever an EMS agency bills something, they're attesting that they're in compliance with all federal and state laws, period. And if they come back later on and discover that one of your providers didn't have their CPR certification and they were required by state law to have the CPR certification while the trip was run, guess what? That's no good. They're going to recoup that reimbursement. So there are a few things that make it legal. And again, this is all included in the document. You know, when does it become a legal document? We already kind of hit on that. But those are some of the questions that this document addresses. Oh, I think I backtracked there. That was the problem. What about amendments? This is the biggest thing. We have a legal duty and an ethical duty to amend EMS documentation whenever it is incomplete or inaccurate. When we discover things that are inaccurate or incomplete, we have a duty to make it right. This record, now that we have health information exchanges, does not live in a vacuum anymore, ladies and gentlemen. You know, there was a day where we filled out a trip report or a trip ticket, you know, and my agency was the central repository for that information. Now we have state, regional, and federal repositories for this information. And we have an absolute duty to go back and amend the information as soon as possible. When it comes to amendments to the clinical record, only the clinicians who have actual knowledge and who recall that information should be making those changes. Some demographic changes can be made maybe by the billing folks, but as a general rule, clinical stuff remains with the providers who are on that record. And then as far as retention, we get into how long you should retain a record. I'll leave that as the teaser, right? State laws govern how long you're supposed to retain records. We live in a digital age, right? So why wouldn't I say just hold on to it forever? Why not? What's that? Yes, cost. It costs a lot of money to hang on to records, you know, and to rent that space. Yes.
Because if it's 20 years and you still have it, you have to hand it over.
Yeah, that's another important reason. If it's 20 years later and now the blood-sucking lawyer goes down to Summit County and says, give me any and all records, and we still have the record from 20 years ago, you're like, oh, crap. You know, we never followed our retention policy. By the way, the time to implement your document retention policy is not when you get the subpoena, okay? They will come after you. Once you get the subpoena, you're under a mandatory duty to hold all of the records that you have within your possession that are germane to that subpoena request. Yeah. From Arizona.
I'm Ann from Arizona.
Yes, we know. I'm kidding.
So I can't remember the exact response. We had a whole thing about this, and because we had a question from an agency, and I think because ours is under public health, so I think we determined because they're not gonna, so that we could retain it, but then there were agencies that use our system directly, and I don't know exactly where we ended up. Ours is not discoverable though either, which is a little unusual. So I know we archive things. That was V2, so yeah, but.
So Arizona is a different animal when it comes to Arizona records, which, by the way, you're going to be at Arizona Ambulance next week? Shame on you. All right, well, all right. Okay. I'll be at Arizona Ambulance next week, but Arizona has a very unique law. It's one of the only states that has this law. If you want to destroy EMS records, you actually have to apply for destruction from the state. So you actually have to ask for permission to destroy those records. So it's a little bit different. You don't have as much discretion concerning how long you can retain those records, state law. And by the way, you should always follow state law concerning record retention, but there are some best practices that are outlined. But Arizona is one of those unique animals in that respect with record retention. And you guys are rate regulated and all sorts of stuff. So, you know, it's a weird state. So let's talk about the latest and what's happening. And I promise we'll get into information blocking. Everybody's excited to file information blocking charges against one another, okay? Everybody's like, yeah, man, sign me up, right? I want to dime somebody out. Here's the dirty little secret. The OIG is the enforcement body for this, the Office of the Inspector General. They've openly said, we're going to get a lot more complaints that we can reasonably ever investigate or, you know, go after folks. They're going to prioritize those complaints that go to patient health, patient treatment, which is why when Josh talked about them being willing to share information for treatment-related reasons, they're much more willing to share it there because they know that the OIG is going to investigate those. So we'll talk about that in a little bit here. So what's happening right now? This is your biggest risk, okay? No matter who you work for, whatever your agency is, and for those of you who work for, you know, an EPCR vendor, we're seeing a lot of data breaches affecting business associates, okay? So let's distinguish. EMS agencies are what HIPAA calls a covered entity, okay? They hire EPCR vendors, solutions, you know, they hire third-party billing companies. Those are business associates. If my business associate has a breach, Guess whose issue it is to notify everybody? It's mine. It's the EMS agency who has to generally make all those notifications unless the contract specifies otherwise. But this remains your biggest breach, and their biggest point of entry is phishing attacks. You all know what phishing is, right? You're familiar with that. Do you guys do those? Does your company do those phishing aware, And everybody's like, yeah, Well, here's the thing. We implemented this a couple of years ago because, I'm the security officer at our law firm. I was like, we should be doing these. Why are we not doing these? So we run it, and I was like, don't tell me when you do it, because I wanted this to be a, completely blind experiment. So they do it. Our firm administrator says, you know what? We did really darn good. Typically, we see like a 40% error rate when it comes to phishing attempts. We had a 6% error rate, which is awesome. And that equates to one person at our firm.
Yes, it was you.
It was me. I'll never live that down. I'm still upset about that, and they won't let me live that down either. So I just impugn, every point of veracity there. With respect to ambulance services, an unprecedented amount of ambulance services experienced breaches last year. So, and by the way, if you experience a breach of affecting 500 or more patients, they will post that breach online. So there were 4 significantly large breaches affecting ambulance services last year. And there was a particular one that caught my attention. This was a vendor breach. So here's what happened. They hired a third-party billing company to bill their claims, right? They severed the relationship with this third-party billing company. They actually hadn't used them for 5 years, okay? All of a sudden, they get a phone call. Hey, by the way, we had a breach of patient information. It was over 300,000 patients. And the ambulance is like, well, didn't we fire you 5 years ago? Guess what? They now had to notify 300-some thousand patients about it. Not only that, there is now a class action lawsuit as a result of this. Point being, if you are the repository, if you work for an agency who is a repository of healthcare data for an ambulance service, this hurts, when it comes to reputation and other things. You're going to impose a lot of obligations on those, on your clients if you experience a breach. And it used to be they would only go after covered entities. Lately, they're really hitting business associates now. We're seeing them being penalized a lot more. So, and you can look all these settlements up. This is all public information that's available online. And guess who else just got hit? The Department of Health and Human Services, okay? HHS is a covered entity itself. Why? It's a health plan, right? Medicare. It's the biggest payer for services in the United States. They got hit with a breach. Here's what happened. So not only are you responsible for breaches that occur at your agency, so let's say, somebody at your agency gets hit with that phishing attempt and they get duped, and it unleashes on your system, and now you're stuck notifying everybody. We also utilize third-party, vendors and applications sometimes to move data. This was a supposedly secure file transfer entity. It was called MoveIt. MoveIt experienced a breach. So a lot of organizations use MoveIt as their secure file transfer vendor, and guess what? They got hit with a breach. They notified the business associate, and the business associate had to now notify everybody else. So the Department of Health and Human Services is now stuck doling out over 100,000 breach notices as a result of getting hit with this. So point being, that's why the security is so important, and you need a game plan. Here's what happens if you do experience, so let's say I work for an EPCR vendor, lo and behold, we have a breach, or one of our vendors experiences a breach. What will have to happen is we'll have to notify all of our clients whose information was affected, and then our clients, they have to notify all those patients who have been hit. They also have to notify the government, the Department of Health and Human Services, and if it involves 500 or more, which a lot of breaches do, they have to issue local news media notice, okay? That's why we're seeing this, you're seeing a lot of breach notices in the news lately as well as a result of the MoveIt breach. So point being, there are a lot of obligations as a result of potential breaches. Not only that, there are state breach laws, some of which are more strict than the federal law, and you gotta comply with both. So some of them require that you notify the Attorney General, and by the way, the AG can bring a separate action against you, okay? There is no private right of action right now under HIPAA. I can't sue my provider because they violated my HIPAA rights. I can complain and the government can investigate that, but there's no private right of action. The Attorney General can bring an action now under HIPAA against an organization if they have a breach. And there's often tighter reporting requirements and broader definitions. In other words, not just protected health information, but personally identifiable information, et cetera, et cetera. So there are a lot of obligations that come along with breaches here. So what this all boils down to is, what's our business associate agreement say? So here are some of the considerations. If you are a business associate, what's our BAA say in the event of a breach? Are we going to handle it? Are we going to foot the bill? Or is the client responsible for that? And are they responsible for making which notices? And who's going to be the point of contact? Breach insurance, right? Who's going to be responsible for that? And the way it works with breach insurance, which I'm sure a lot of those of you who work for private agencies, they probably do have breach insurance. If you get hit with one of these events, you notify the breach insurer, they will assign counsel, and they'll walk you through the entire process of making notification. Something I want to make you aware of, telehealth. It's much bigger, okay? It's really hitting, especially in the EMS realm with treatment in place right now. We're executing telehealth transactions. Now, there's a specific definition of telehealth. A consult, maybe an online consult with medical command, doesn't necessarily meet the definition of telehealth. Telehealth is a transaction for which the doctor, whomever the practitioner is, actually bills for that service, okay? Right now, on the federal level, there's no direct reimbursement to ambulance services for telehealth services. It all goes to the physician, but you can contract with a physician to get a cut of that reimbursement. Medicare has said so. The reason I raised this, there was a waiver during the public health emergency. And basically what they said is, we have a public policy and we want to keep people out of the hospital whenever possible, to avoid the spread of COVID. So we don't care what platform that you use. In other words, if the provider wants to whip out their personal cell phone and execute a FaceTime transaction, an Apple FaceTime transaction with the practitioner on the other end, we'll let it go. We're not going to, enforce that regarding that platform. That waiver extended, meaning there was terminated as of August 9th, meaning this: we need to be using a secure platform. There are vendors who do have secure platforms in the EMS realm, or maybe some of your agencies do that or are considering that. The point being, it needs to be a secure platform. In order for it to be secure, all it means is that transaction is encrypted end to end. That's what it means by a secure platform. And by the way, they did identify, if you want to use one of the larger applications, they looked at nationwide who would sign a business associate agreement. So if you use another application to execute that transaction, what you need is a business associate agreement in place with that vendor. And these vendors will sign this. So for example, I'll go to clients and I do a lot of HIPAA site visits on site, and we'll try to identify wherever they're housing information. And they'll be like, well, we got a couple servers here. Our ePCR solution, they host a lot of our data. Oh, and by the way, we park some on Amazon Web Service, AWS. And then my next question is, well, do you have a business associate agreement in place with AWS? You have to have one if you're storing protected health information, and they will sign a business associate agreement with you. I want to briefly hit on a couple of proposed changes. Gentleman back here and I were talking earlier. He's like, when was HIPAA, when did this even come about? 1996 was when the law was written, and then they didn't get around to passing the regs until 2003. And then the other question was, well, how often has that been updated since then? It hasn't been updated a lot. Point being, it still takes into account technologies that were in vogue in 2003, right? Think about like the Palm Trio and other technologies. We are in severe need of an overhaul. This is not the overhaul that we are going to see, but there are a couple of proposed changes. Did you have a question over here? Oh, last slide here. OCR, sorry, the Office for Civil Rights. So it's it's actually the code for the HIPAA police, okay? The Office for Civil Rights. Yeah, everybody's picturing like Canadian Mounties or something in this transaction. There are a couple of proposed changes that are coming through the pipeline. Just want to make you aware of these. These will affect EMS agencies, covered entities, and sometimes business associates. The individual right of access. Everybody has a right to get a copy of their medical records from their provider, okay? That includes from my ambulance service. I have the right to go in and say, hey, I'd like a copy of my patient care report. With respect to this, they're going to be shortening the time to respond. Anybody know what the time frame is right now? By the way, these are proposed rules. These are not in final format. So I want to preface this. Until we have a final rule, the rules still exist today. Right now, you have 30 days to give the patient a copy of their medical records, which is a pretty significant period of time, I would think, right? You know, it doesn't take long to query somebody's first and last name, date of birth, and come up with their patient care report. They're going to be shortening this time period under the proposed rule. So I just want to make you aware of that. And also the HIPAA patient rate. For those of you who fulfill requests, some people like to charge. Who do people usually like to charge a fee to? Attorneys, that's right. That's one of the most common questions that I get. How much could I charge my lawyer to get a copy of that, right? Or not my lawyer, but the lawyer. The HIPAA patient rate basically says that if a patient or a personal representative of the patient requests a copy of that medical record, you can only charge them what's called a reasonable cost-based fee. In other words, if it only takes us a few minutes to dig up the record and provide it to them, you can only charge them a couple of bucks, right? But that patient rate only applies to requests directly from patients or if a third party is passing along the patient or the patient representative's request. In other words, you can charge the lawyer whatever state law permits you to charge, okay? So you have to look, these are all governed by state laws, how much you can charge them. You gotta go and see how much you could charge the attorney if they request a copy of those medical records. The notice of privacy practices. Do you guys know what a notice of privacy practices is? Are semi-familiar with it? Yeah. So the notice of privacy practices is the piece of paper, sometimes it's like a tri-fold slip of paper, everybody's supposed to get. You know, within your first encounter with a new healthcare provider, they're always supposed to give you an NPP. So when I go to the pharmacy, when I go to the doctor, and technically in the EMS realm, every patient should be getting an NPP. It does not have to be at the time of service because in emergency treatment situations, we can provide it to them after the fact, okay? But everybody's supposed to be getting a notice of privacy practices. I actually wrote to the feds with this proposed rule and I asked that they get rid of the notice of privacy practice requirement. I don't think they're gonna do that, okay? So it remains, one of the things that they are proposing to eliminate is right now we're supposed to, in non-emergency situations, get a signature from the patient that acknowledges receipt of the NPP. So somewhere, if you're looking at an EPCR application, it might have language like this, you know, by signing below, I acknowledge that I received a copy of the notice of privacy practices. What they're saying with this proposed rule, if it goes through, is you can eliminate this, okay? We don't need signatures, and we bake this language oftentimes in with other language that says, I authorize the submission of a claim, I, agree to be financially responsible, et cetera, but this language could go away. But we shall see. They don't want to do away with the notice of privacy practices. True story, a couple of years ago, I get a call from the Wall Street Journal, okay? They're like, Mr. Stark, we found your name as a privacy attorney, which, by the way, I was thinking about this. Usually when I'm speaking to a room, oftentimes it's EMS providers and other folks, but I'm usually like the biggest geek in the room, right? And I was thinking about the NEMSIS conference, not to cast aspersions, we're all the biggest geeks in the room, right? All of us here have sort of an affinity for data and, security and interoperability, so rock on, man. It feels awesome to be at my own Star Trek convention here. So, anyway, I get a call from the Wall Street Journal. I'm like, Mr. Stark, would you talk about Amazon's recent acquisition of PillPack, which is a mail order pharmacy? And she's like, can you speak to the notice of privacy practices? And I was like, yeah, this is what it is, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, well, what do people do with that information? And I said, nobody reads the notice of privacy practices, is what I told her, right? So on Monday, I go to pick up a copy of the Wall Street Journal, and I'm at the gas station. I pick it up, and it says, nobody reads the notice of privacy practices, says Ryan Stark, attorney from Pennsylvania. So I took it into work. My partners are like, oh, wow, you got published in the journal. That's amazing. They're like, what did they write? Nobody reads the notice of privacy practices, right? I failed my one time in the sun. No, there were other good comments as well. But point being, you could eliminate that if this goes into effect. There's also going to be some content changes. Point being, For those of you who handle any obligations with respect to the notice of privacy practices, they're going to have a new notice of privacy practices probably in about a year or so. They're also putting in there an express permission to share with social service type agencies. What do we mean by this? Let's say we go to somebody's house, and let's say we go a couple times a week. What do we call these folks? We get called all the time, and the chief complaint is no sustenance in the refrigerator, right? What do we call these, you know? Our frequent flyers, right? You know, loyalty customers. I like that term, right? But let's say the only reason that we're getting called is because we're the point of contact because the patient needs sustenance, and all they really need is a referral to a Meals on Wheels or similar type program. We can do that, okay? And by the way, the Fed said you can already do that, but nobody's doing it because everybody fears that they're going to violate HIPAA, right? That they're going to arouse the suspicion of the HIPAA police. And did you refer them to this program? Yes. Why? That's all part of treatment, ladies and gentlemen. If I can't eat, I can't live. That's part of the continuum of treatment. If we see an individual who needs a referral to a mobile integrated healthcare program, to a community paramedicine program, we can refer them to that without the risk of violating HIPAA, okay? That's all part of treatment, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, just recently I worked with a group in Michigan, and they are trying to refer people for substance abuse counseling. And they said, our EMS folks won't give us the information. They're claiming that HIPAA doesn't allow that. I'm like, yeah, it absolutely does. And this really doesn't change much. This was more of a clarification. So what about the timeline for this? We expected the final rule to come out months ago, but it got delayed again and again for whatever reason. But we expect to see a rule hopefully by the end of this year. By the way, for those of you who are not subscribed, we have you can sign up for our email list. It's pwwemslaw.com. That's pwwemslaw.com. If you sign up for that, we will have updates whenever new information comes out concerning, you know, and including the final rule here. There was also another proposed change. Again, this is proposed concerning reproductive health information. And I did give a brief presentation just recently for NEMSIS concerning this topic. What they're doing here is they're granting special protection for reproductive health information in very limited circumstances, okay? Very limited. So we'll just kind of ballpark this and I'll give you the high end. But what the rationale is, recently we had the Dobbs Supreme Court case, okay? And this overruled Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood. Basically what this court case says is that we leave it to the individual states to regulate aspects of receiving abortion, okay? They basically punted it back to the states. So what the feds did is they stepped in and said, we are concerned about individuals who aren't forthcoming with their providers, you know, people that do seek legitimate, legal, reproductive, or abortion services. They ought to be able to have a candid discussion with their provider and tell them about that, right? So what this rule does is it grants protection for that information, okay? And it's only in limited circumstances, so let's talk about those. So what it says is that a covered entity, so an ambulance service, or a business associate, so think third-party billing company, EPCR vendor, they cannot release protected health information for a criminal, civil, administrative investigation against anyone in connection with obtaining, providing, facilitating reproductive care that was legal under state law or legal or required under federal law. For example, EMTAL, and I'll give you a couple of examples here. What this means is if we get a demand from law enforcement, from a court, we get a subpoena, and they're seeking reproductive information, and we, the ambulance service, or our business associate happens to have that information in their possession, we have to make a determination as to whether or not those services, when obtained, were legal. If they were, guess what? We can't produce it, okay? Which is pretty big. This is the first time the feds are sort of saying if you get a state subpoena, you're supposed to ignore it. And what's the consequence for ignoring a subpoena? Contempt of court, right? So I suspect we're going to see a lot of massaging of this rule. We're not sure how this is going to pan out on the back end. But again, these are only if it is releasing information for investigations or proceedings related to lawful reproductive care, okay? Very limited, narrow exception. It is not a blanket protection for reproductive information, meaning this. Folks were approaching us and they were saying, does that mean now that we have to segregate out any time that we have information concerning a patient who received an abortion, who's having complications, related to a procedure? Do we have to now segregate that data and add extra protections for it? No. The only thing that you have to do is if you get a request from law enforcement, from a court, is you have to make a determination as to whether or not you have to release it. And guess who you probably have to call to make that determination? Your lawyer, right? So, and again, it does not change other disclosures for law enforcement. We can still make other disclosures. And it doesn't change anything with respect to illegal reproductive services. So if the services that they receive are determined to be illegal, the information can be released. It also still permits disclosures related to public health authorities and public health agencies. So you can release information to a regional or state EMS office, to NEMSIS, which is a public health authority under HIPAA. This does not impugn our ability to do that, meaning we do not have to separately segregate reproductive related information. But let me give you a couple of examples here of how this might apply. Let's say they were legal services in another state. So for example, we have a patient who lives in Idaho where abortion is illegal. Patient goes to a clinic in Washington where abortion is legal. They experience complications now back in their homes related to that, and they're transported by ambulance in Washington. It would violate HIPAA under this rule, if it goes into effect, for that ambulance service to disclose information about that legally obtained procedure, okay? Second example here, any service that was legal under federal law. So we have a patient who lives in Texas where abortion is illegal. They presented a hospital with symptoms of an ectopic pregnancy. The physician determines that an emergency abortion is necessary to save the life of the mother, and there's a duty under EMTALA to perform that procedure. Hospital then transfers the patient to another hospital for specialized capabilities for follow-up care. And the ambulance service, takes that individual and they document the patient's complications related to that procedure. It would violate HIPAA to disclose protected health information in response to Texas law enforcement subpoena because EMTALA required that procedure. And then finally, where they obtain legal services in the patient's state. So let's say the patient here, they're a Florida resident. Florida generally prohibits abortion after 6 weeks of pregnancy. So the patient has an abortion at 5 weeks. Was that procedure illegal or legal? Legal, meaning this. If we transported the patient for a reason related to that and we have information concerning that procedure, we should not be releasing it if, say, the Attorney General of the state of Florida issues a subpoena for that information. If you get that request, it's your job to make the determination as to whether or not those services that were obtained were illegal. And again, you're probably going to have to get your legal counsel involved. Because, the upshot is this. If I get a subpoena, that's issued to me, I'm duty bound and required by state law generally to fork over the information that the subpoena requires. So this law would essentially sanction ignoring of subpoenas in cases where law enforcement is investigating legally obtained procedures. And what their feds are saying here is law enforcement has no business in investigating legal activity. If I smoke a joint in a state where it's legal, then law enforcement's got no business in investigating that. But if I cross over the line and do it in another state, then they do have an interest in investigating that. Did you have a question up here?
I was just wondering if that disclosure were made, would the penalty be equivalent to the current HIPAA penalties for a single record, or is there some additional penalty attached?
So the question was, let's say that disclosure were made, and we released information, and it turns out it was concerning a legally obtained reproductive service. Penalties would be subject to any current HIPAA penalties, which is up to $1.5 million per single occurrence. I don't see them going after an organization to that extent in that case. And it's going to depend on, the willfulness and, whether or not they consulted their attorney, et cetera, as to whether or not they're going to issue a penalty. They would also probably consider it a breach, and you'd have to make a determination as to whether or not you'd have to go through a breach notice. So good question there. Again, right now this is a proposed rule, so hang tight until we get final clarification, and I suspect that we will. They think it's going to be a year or so because we suspect there's going to be a lot of public comments to these rules. Because what happens is they issue these rules in proposed format, and then the public gets to issue any comments. And then the regulators are supposed to take into account those comments. All right. Seems to be the topic du jour, the information blocking rule, right? Sounds exciting, not as exciting as it is billed, at least at this point. And I'll tell you why. So what is the information blocking rule? It was passed under the 21st Century Cures Act, and basically, was to encourage interoperability of healthcare information. So what they realized is that, hey, folks, go forth and prosper wasn't good enough, right? They can, till they're blue in the face, say, hey, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. But until there's an enforcement mechanism, some folks aren't going to do it. And a lot of, I'll tell you who's responsible for a lot of organizations not releasing information. It's lawyers. To be honest with you, like when you go to hospitals and other healthcare providers, the attorneys will be like, don't release it unless you have to, right? That's literally what they say. Because here's their other argument. What if I release it to the ambulance service and now the ambulance service gets hit with a breach? Let me ask you this question. If I release it to the ambulance service, they get hit with a breach. Who's responsible for that breach? The ambulance service. Say it again. The ambulance service. Once that information is properly released to another covered entity, upon receipt of that information, that now becomes their PHI. They are responsible for the breach. The hospital has absolutely no responsibility for that. So these reasons that they're throwing out there are completely bogus. Yes, question over here. Please identify your name and state. I'm kidding.
This is Ann from Arizona.
I'm kidding.
I'm going to start saying like Florida, Georgia. I'm just going to confuse everybody. So right now, our state, and I think a lot of states have or may have HIEs, okay, where the outcome data would come back, and especially agencies that use our enterprise license, who use it as their system of record, they're going to look for that outcome data within our system. So it's our system, ADHS owns it, and we provide the enterprise license. But that agency records data in there, and they're viewing outcome data, and they give access to their people. Do you see where I'm going with this? Who's responsible? Are we responsible if I would think we are, if their guys are going to phishing and click on something and they don't take our training?
Yeah.
Okay.
So point being, all right, we credential access to other users and we don't know who's looking at what. Here's what they say about this. You need to have audit logs that track all of that information. And if we ever come to a juncture at which we question somebody's access and it doesn't look for a legitimate reason, we're supposed to sanction that particular individual. So we should only be provisioning access to folks who have a legitimate business need, and we're supposed to run audit logs by which we're determining whether or not that proper access was occurring in those circumstances. And if it's your agency that provisioned the access, it's potentially you that's responsible for that. So who it applies to? It applies to healthcare providers. It applies to health IT developers and vendors of certified health IT. And notice there's some bold there. I'll tell you why. It sounds exciting, right? Bold language. And also health information exchanges. It applies to them. So those are the agencies who they seek to regulate. EMS agencies clearly applies to them, okay? Generally not EPCR vendors. Why? Because unlike Epic, Cerner, and other EHR record vendors, they do not go through the ONC for formal certification, okay? So it does not apply directly to EPCR vendors unless they were to be certified through the ONC. If they do get certified through the Office of the National Coordinator, it would apply to them. So what's that mean for you? Ambulance services can be subject to an information blocking charge, okay? An EPCR vendor probably could not be subject to a charge. So what is it? You defined it earlier. Very general rule. A practice that's likely to interfere with the access exchange of electronic health information, okay? A couple of examples. Requiring the patient's consent when it's not required to release information. Erroneously citing the HIPAA privacy rule as a reason why they can't give you information. That could be the basis for an information blocking charge, okay? And there are exceptions, by the way, so there's, hey, we couldn't do it because we reasonably couldn't integrate. It was cost prohibitive. If you can prove those, there are information blocking exceptions. We don't have time to go through all of those. So the way it works is somebody can file an information blocking charge. The Office of the National Coordinator receives the complaint, and they pass it off to the OIG to investigate that. So that's kind of a visualization of how that happens. So let's go through a couple examples. So EMS agency asks the facility for outcome data. Facility says, nope, that would be a HIPAA violation. Or they go to a health information exchange and they won't provision access to them. The ambulance service could file an information blocking charge against that facility, okay? Why? Because as we know, HIPAA does permit the free sharing of information for treatment, payment, or healthcare operation services. Before you get all excited, currently, they just passed an enforcement rule, but it does not apply to providers yet, okay? Who are the biggest, most flagrant violators of this, or probably of this rule, are a lot of times going to be providers. So there's no enforcement rule yet for providers. There is an enforcement rule for health information exchanges currently. So if they violate this, they are subject to potential penalties if they did engage in this. The other thing, remember that I said before, is the Office of the Inspector General said, we're going to get flooded with complaints. Every day, agencies are ticked because they can't get information. We expect to see a slew of complaints. We are going to prioritize those that affect patient care and those that directly affect patients' access to their information. All others, you stand in line. We are not going to entertain every complaint that comes across our desk. We're going to entertain the big stuff that affects patients and patient care. So other example here, this is how it might come up. Facility asks the EMS agency to electronically transmit encounter information to them. EMS agency says, no, our system doesn't talk to yours. That facility could potentially file a charge. So point being, best practices here, if you know that you're required or should share that information, please share that information. And if you're approached to integrate, as Josh said earlier, open up that dialogue, folks, okay? Maybe at the end of the day, we look at it and it is cost prohibitive. We're just a tiny ambulance service. We can't get anybody to foot the bill. So we have a legitimate reason why we didn't integrate. But we need to have that reason behind there. Question over here, Brooke?
Individuals, does that go?
Does it go the other way? Yes. So you can file an information blocking charge against them as well. But like I said, right now, there are no penalties for providers violating this rule. So you can dime out, other providers till you're blue in the face and complaint after complaint. At most, they would get a slap on the wrist even if they took up the complaint. This is really the rule that was meant to close the gap that HIPAA left open. Because as HIPAA says, we can release for treatment, payment, healthcare operations. There's a regulation that says that. It's 45 CFR 164.506, subsection C, says that clearly. But it does not say that they are required to. So the government, in its infinite wisdom, said, we have an idea. Why don't we just let them file complaints against one another? And that'll be a good way to, get information flowing. With treatment, I think it will be because they're investigating those complaints. So remains to be seen. We're still waiting for a rule on the enforcement side for providers. And it's important to remember too, somebody's got to file the charge. In other words, the police, the OIG is not going to, on their own volition, start investigating practices. Somebody actually has to file those charges. But here's the fun thing I learned about being a lawyer. Sometimes the threat of doing something against an organization is almost better than the actual, follow through. You know what I mean? So what I would do is I get my lawyer to write a little nasty lawyer-gram and say, hey, if we don't get information from you, we hereby will be filing an information blocking charge against you, right? Sounds scary. And then you cite that the OIG could be, visiting their place and everything else. So you could threaten to file these charges, and that may actually hold more weight than the filing of the actual charge. Because as I said before, they're not going to investigate all of these things. So this leads me to the conclusion here, and I only have a few minutes left. I want to tee this up. Clay, when I was asking about topics to talk about, this is a topic and discussion for another day, but I want all of you to start thinking about this and generating ideas, percolating ideas, and see me after class. We can talk about this. What about this, right? We're seeing a lot of discussion surrounding this, okay? So I was looking at the data dictionary for NEMSIS, and you guys do have male, female, transgender, where they were born as a male, transition, and the vice versa. However, you know, when it comes to, at the end of the day, if we want to submit a claim for reimbursement, what are our options? Male, female, or unknown. There's only 3 options. Right now, you have to be compliant with the HIPAA 5010 transaction code set in order to submit an 837 transaction. That sounds really nerdy, but all it is a claim to get paid. In order to submit that 837 transaction, you can only select male, female, or unknown, okay? And typically unknown, when it comes to that value, means the provider did not document male or female, okay? It does not correlate to necessarily to transgender in an 837 transaction. So I want you folks to start thinking about this. Reach out to me, and we're going to be researching some of this, and this will be future fodder for discussion and a presentation. So with that, I'll open it up for any last-minute questions, because I realize I'm the only person standing between you and the scavenger hunt, okay? So very important business here, ladies and gentlemen, but I thank you for your attention, and like I said, if there's any questions, please let me know or see me after class. I'll be around this afternoon. Yes.
What's Tony from ImageTrend, Alaska. What's a suitable amount of time to wait before filing a blocking charge?
Yeah, is there a waiting period for filing a blocking charge? Well, there's no waiting period built into the law. You could file it literally if they denied it today. You could file that charge immediately. Having said that, do we want to maintain a good rapport with other healthcare providers with whom we coordinate with? Yes. So I'd probably give them a few days, but it depends on the urgency of the matter. If they're repeatedly denying requests in situations where we immediately need that information, I'd probably move pretty rapidly. But there's no law that says that there's any sort of waiting period. That's all up to, do we want to maintain, good positive relations back and forth with that particular facility? And maybe we're just fed up with them. And we're like, I've just been waiting for a rule like this to come about so I could slap them, right? You know what I mean? So, sorry for that's the legal term for it, right? Appropriately incentivize them to do the right thing. So, but yeah, good question. Other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good luck on the scavenger hunt tonight. And like I said, I'll be around for any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. I just wanted to mention quickly a lot of the resources that Ryan mentioned can be found on the NEMSIS website. If you look under Using EMS Data, under that tab, under NEMSIS 101, and then there's a section that says Data Ownership, and there's several resources there. Or if I said that too quickly, just email us or submit a help desk ticket, and we can point you to those. And I think next Eric is going to come up and introduce our... we have a few minutes extra, and he wanted to throw in an extra topic.
Yeah, actually, I was asked Keenan and Doug if you want to come up. So we were talking about this in the past. This is not something new to the group, but Keenan and Doug asked me about some time to discuss acceptance of a national number, like a CMS number, for healthcare facilities instead of trying to work across states and all these different lists. So it's just a discussion topic. Take about 10 or 15 minutes here and get some thoughts.
Yeah, I'll kick this off and I'll pass it to Keenan. One challenge we have on the vendor side is facility lists. And example that we had an agency that has 4 state codes for the same facility. So they go into, they fly into different facilities, into different, they start in one state and they fly over there, and they have to report because they start in this state. Now they have to report because they went into this state, and it becomes a nightmare. And it's something that, as I look at the NEMSIS data set, we excel in everything. But the facility list determined by states, there's a lot of challenges. When we look globally, if we wanted to say how many transports ended up going to ABC Hospital in a disaster, if it depends. Let's say maybe this agency is coming from California or Arizona. Hi, Ann. And so there's challenges in collecting that data across the board. And I think that from the vendor side, we spend a significant amount of time working on these facility lists. So is there a national list? Is there something that we can grab that is unified? So across the nation, that think about like the ICD-10 list, that you can go in there and say, yep, I want these facilities, and they get activated and controlled at that level. And I don't think we have a solution today, but we would really like the NEMSIS TAC to form a task force and consider this for our next release. Is how can we develop a list, a national list of facilities, skilled nursing facilities that would be able to be controlled across the agency or across the nation. Now, I know states have their own license numbers, and maybe there's a spot that can be plugged in inside the PCR programs that you can still control that, but can we make it easier for data transmission, especially as we look at sending data to facilities? I think the vendor side would be a lot easier.
We want to wrap this up so you guys can go, but what we're trying to solicit is this something that you guys are willing to participate in as far as a work group? Are there any major, hey, my state really doesn't want to participate type of situation that you guys can think of? We know that CMS has a CCN number, CMS certification number, there are NPI numbers. We also know that a facility to CMS may be like a primary hospital, and there may be separate destinations within the hospital that need to be separated out. But those are things that we want to talk about in the confines of a working group instead of saying, oh, it's never going to work, because nothing's ever going to work unless we work on it, right? Ann from Arizona?
It's me. Can you hear me? Whoa.
Alicia.
So there is a national, I think it's on probably the CMS website. There is the one that has all the state license, UT blah blah blah, or AZ blah blah blah, or Michigan MI, but there is one that has all the hospitals listed. There might be some non-licensed hospitals, but you probably come to agreement about what codes to use for those. The ones that share, if there's the U of U hospital with a behavioral unit or an extra ED, we add different codes to the end of the main number. But we've shared ours with Arizona and New Mexico, and maybe Colorado.
Yeah, Ryan, do you want to opine here a little bit? I know that.
Actually, I didn't hear the question. Yeah, in terms of a national healthcare number, we talked about a way to be able to narrow it down. Every provider will have to go and get an NPI, a National Provider Identifier, so you can identify them by that. The other way that they're identified is they'll typically have a PTAN as well. And they're also going to be licensed with their state at different specific levels. Concerning what specialties they have, you'll probably have to do a little research with the Medicare administrative contractor. They're going to be establishing whether or not they're a skilled facility, non-skilled facility, and the type of care that they provide. But a good resource for you, and at least scratch the surface, is the NPI number to start.
Keenan, Chad from Kansas, and we greatly would support something being done, because facilities are, we have obviously with our flight services, but with our border areas, Kansas City sits in 2 different states. And so, the codes between hospitals there is crazy. So anything to make it consistent across the country would be great.
Kevin, not from Arizona. Sorry, Ann. The problem with using any of the federal numbers is I've got facilities where one NPI will cover multiple facilities. I've got facilities where they'll have 20 NPIs. And which one do I pick? Not all facilities participate with Medicare, so you can't use the CMS number. There's no national number that's going to cover all the facilities or cover them well. So why not go to the state where the facility's at and use that state's code and prefix it with the state's 2-digit UNC or GNIS or ANSI 2-digit code, and that way you won't have duplicates. If Jay has a facility 001, you just put his 2-digit prefix in front of that, and that's not going to mess with Kansas facility that's 001.
I think that's a plausible outcome of the work group, right? Like if we get into it and we find that that's the solution and we can get everybody on board there, have at it, right?
So I think one of the biggest challenges with that is when each state determines, I'm going to make a code for everybody else's state. And so let's say I'm, I don't know, Hawaii, and we're flying patients to California because obviously they have to go. If I want to say, well, that California facility in Hawaii is HI 001, and now we have to report to whoever we have to report, trying to map all the facilities, trying to change each time to where it's going, just creates confusion and a lot of headache for a lot of providers. So I think that solution will work great as long as each state only maps their codes and uses everybody else's codes for outside their states.
What I'm saying is that when I purposely set ours up, I purposely set up my codes the way I was doing out-of-state facilities in version 2. So I had to create new codes for our facilities instead of using our state codes that are done by the licensing agency for facilities, because they don't license all the facilities we needed codes for. Or like our children's hospitals are considered departments of the main facility, even though it's a separate building. And so I made my own codes, and all my codes start with 26, the 2-digit ANSI code for Michigan. And when I needed to incorporate Wisconsin or Ohio, I contacted those data managers and said, send me your facility list for these facilities because I want to use your code, not my own. I'm not going to make up code for you.
Yeah, and we're not going to solve this today. Let's be honest. But is there? Well, two things. We have Eric here with NHTSA. If we go to Eric from this work group and say we want a national list, can NHTSA with the DOT fund a national list or come together and say, hey, how can we register this? Just kind of go back. Is there any state that would be opposed to consider or reviewing or exploring a national list?
If so, please stand up.
So I think what we'll do is we'll do the task force, because I don't see anybody just absolutely screaming that this is a terrible idea. I do hear varying opinions on how to get to that end goal, which is fine. So let's do that. We'll put together a group of people. We'll take a couple passes at how it can be done, and we'll put together a solution, and we'll start kind of vetting it out on our calls and see how we can get to some kind of conclusion. But I mean, I see the value in it, absolutely. There's a complete value in it for a number of reasons. And then we can talk about whether that stops at hospitals or whether that goes into skilled nursing facilities or the alcohol and drug rehab centers now that are just taking off all over the place that we're transporting to in a lot of places, considering mobile integrated health, community paramedicine, how that fits into the picture. So I think it's just bigger than hospitals. But let's take a look at it and see what the value is. And I mean, well, we know what the value is, but let's see how we could make it happen. All right. So with that, I'm going to ask Clay to take over. He's going to get you guys out of here. And, thanks for all your attention today. Reminder, if you want some one-on-one time with Clay, myself, or other members of the TAC to discuss something, please let us know. We'll be happy to sit down with you.
All right, fantastic first day. We covered a lot of the issues important to 3.5.1. Thank you for that. We kind of went through the easy ones today. They're going to get kind of sequentially hard as we go through the 2 sessions tomorrow. The only things I want to remind you of, the scavenger hunt is due to be returned at the Skybridge. It's where you had breakfast between 7 and 8, I think, if that's correct, Laurie. 8 and 9, thank you. Yeah, and then our activities today are at the Basin Recreation Center. If you want to jointly walk over together, we're going to be meeting in the lobby at 4:50. It's a 3-minute walk. So again, we are right in the Sky Bridge that's right there. And this is restaurant. Restaurant Row, am I right? Okay, help me. Oh, Center Drive, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so we're right here. I apologize. So we're right here. So to get over to the basin, all you have to do is use the Sky Bridge as your way to think about it and get kind of centered on a map. This direction is Restaurant Row. All you have to do, there's a line of houses, walk down the sidewalk on the same road, and you'll come to the basin center right there, and you'll see it. It has all these rocks out front, and it has a play area for kids, kind of a splash pad. So that's where we're going to be. Lots of fun activities. If you haven't signed up, please just go over there. You can sign a waiver while you're there. There's actually some signs on the back of the doors as you're leaving, and just take get a picture of it, and you can fill out a waiver just real quickly. Would love to have you there. There's going to be some fruit treats and other things there as well. Also, there is something on the scavenger hunt that will be found at the Basin Center, so you got to go there anyway. You might as well go there and enjoy a little bit of time with your friends there. So, also, we have a meeting that's going to start at 4 o'clock in this section of the room, so we need to clear this pretty quickly so that they can close that off for another meeting. Lori, anything else I'm missing? All right. Thank you all for your attention today and your help with these important issues. Thank you.